The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The 2025 Grand Chess Tour is back in Europe for the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Croatia in Zagreb. Reigning world champion Gukesh rebounded from a Game 1 loss, winning his next two to join a four-way tie for first. Magnus Carlsen's return to one of his favorite cities was a calm one, casually picking up a win and two draws for a share of the co-lead. Legends are on hand to watch the new generation shine. Day 2 of exceptional chess, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, chess fans around the globe, welcome to Day 2 of the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz held here in beautiful Zagreb, Croatia. We've had an absolutely fantastic start to this event, thrilling chess all across the board. It's time for Day 2 action. Let's go to the studio with Nazi, Yasser, and Miro.
The greatest names in chess are in Croatia, and Day 1 of Rapid Blitz was exciting to watch. Live coverage of Round 2 from Zagreb starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone to our show. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with amazing grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Evgenij Miroshnichenko.
Miro, it's wonderful to be with you both to talk about the greatest players in the world. I'd love to have the greatest commentators sitting next to me. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. The Grand Chess Tour Zagreb Day 1 was everything we hoped it would be. Tactics, strategies, and yes, an absolute technical masterpiece by one Magnus Carlsen. He wove a victory over Wesley so that I'm still astonished by. Nazi, do the honors. We have 4 players tied for the lead.
Let's have a look at current standings after 3 rounds of Rapid. Like you said, yes, there are 4 players tied for first. That's Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and the world champion Gukesh.
Tell us about the format for this SuperUnited event.
The time control is 25 minutes with 10-second increment in the rapid portion. In Blitz, it's going to be 5+2. There's of course no draw offers allowed. In Rapid, they're playing single round robin with 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw, 0 for loss. In Blitz, it's going to be double round robin with regular scoring system.
We are, of course, in Day 2 of the event, but tell us about the schedule.
Right, today players will play round 4 to 6. Tomorrow will be last day of Rapid, and on the weekend, we move on to Blitz.
Lovely. And Miro, we have 4 players tied for first. How did they get here?
Well, absolutely. Let's take a look at their road so far. Once again, Magnus, Wesley, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and Gukesh all on 4 out of 6. Let's start with Wesley So. Wesley, unlike you would expect, hasn't made a single draw. Won against Fabi Caruana, then lost to Magnus Carlsen. He bounces back after this loss, beating Anish Giri. Right. Jan-Krzysztof Duda arguably had the hardest start, facing the world champion and number 2 and number 1 seed in a tournament. So a win against Gukesh and 2 draws back-to-back with Fabi and 1 Magnus Carlsen. Gukesh, the world champion, as we already know, he lost to Duda in round 1, however, bounced back with 2 back-to-back victories against Alireza, Firouzja and Praggnanandhaa. And finally, the man who's not participating in the tour, but we are always delighted to see him, one Magnus Carlsen, starts with a draw. We know sometimes he starts slower, a draw against Saric, a win against Wesley So, and this draw against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, where Magnus was just a tad lucky in the final position. He was careless, but Duda did not punish him. Well, once again, guys, that's my pleasure to reunite with the team, and let me throw it to Zagreb, Croatia, to Anastasiya and Cristian.
Thanks, Miro, and welcome back, chess fans, to day 2 here from Zagreb, Croatia. Just a thrilling start to this event, as you just painted a beautiful picture there, Miro. You could see that Wesley, who usually paces himself at the beginning of the tournament, makes a couple of draws here and there. He started with 3 decisive results. Just an incredible start to this tournament all around the board. As we get ready for day 2, how did you spend your morning, Anastasiya?
As usually, I spend my morning visiting side events. You know, we have so many side events here during GCT tournament. It's really great that organizers pay so much attention to it. We have Blitz tournament, women's event, kids event, and as usually, we have also the session for young stars with Kasparov, Chess Foundation. 13th world champion Garry Kasparov himself takes care of a young generation of players, and you can see the participants from France, Germany, Austria, and of course Ukrainian grandmaster, established grandmaster already, Igor Samonenko was also there, as well as some Croatian players, and I think one day we'll see them maybe even playing here at this stage of GCT tournament. You know,
and he grew up in this type of environments, the player from Ukraine that you just mentioned. He's around close to 2,600 right now. Very strong player.
Absolutely. And you know, even Anish Giri during the opening ceremony mentioned that he had training session with Garry Kasparov, but now he doesn't have enough money to pay him, you know, to have another one, which was really funny. So I believe even the players from GCT event wouldn't mind, you know, to visit this session, which is happening right now and which will last for another day here.
Some players had training sessions with Garry Kasparov. One of them was Magnus Carlsen himself. And let's take a look at his road in today's games. And he has just an incredible session of fights, because in round 4 he is playing a player that he mentioned is probably his most dangerous opponent. That's Alireza Firouzja. In round 5, I would say Praggnanandhaa is probably the most in shape player in the year of 2025. And in round 6, that's the clash of world champions between Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh Domarajo. And in fact, we'll have a very special guest covering that match as well. But take a look at their head-to-head. 9 victories for Magnus, 3 losses and 2 draws. But their most recent encounter at Norway Chess in classical chess, not in Rapid and Blitz, in classical chess, Gukesh was the winner in that one. Definitely a lot of exciting chess coming up, and a lot of exciting stories as well from Zagreb, Croatia. Back to you in the studio. Let's get ready to rumble.
Thank you, Christian, and thank you, Anastasiya. As Chess Smackdown is coming up in round 6, but tell us about round 4, the pairings.
Let's have a look at all the pairings for round 4. We have Nodirbek Abdusattorov facing world champion Gukesh.
Right.
Fabiano Caruana against Praggnanandhaa.
Both of those players are going to need a win.
And our key matchup will be Magnus Carlsen against Alireza Firouzja.
Absolutely.
Anish Giri playing one of the leaders, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and even Saric against Wesley.
Another big game with one of our leaders. A lot of money is at stake. Tell us about the prize fund.
Total prize fund for this 5-day event is $175,000. First place gets $40,000, second place $30,000. Just great prizes for everybody.
And just to remind everybody about the Grand Chess Tour points, the top 4 GCT point getters get to go to the playoffs.
Yes, and if somebody wins this tournament outright without playoffs, they get full 13 points.
Very important. As we go to the playing hall and take a look as the players taking their seat for this, the first round
There's
of
Duda, who had
rapids.
the roughest pairings in day 1.
He did. That was Murder's Row, actually, that he faced. And he came out like a shiny penny at the end, tied for the lead. And who knows, if he had won that game with Magnus, it was an accidental victory, right?
But he would be clear first.
Wow, that's impressive. As our official photographer, Leonard Otis, I notice his hair is matching his shoes, as is his wont.
And of course, there's one player still missing in front of Alireza Firouzja. That will be Magnus Carlsen.
Absolutely. Magnus is habitually late. It's interesting. At one time, Magnus basically said, I think Alireza is the future. I will play him a world championship match if he were to win the candidates. Alireza didn't win the candidates. Magnus stepped down, abdicated his throne. But we don't talk about Alireza so much as a potential future challenger like Magnus did. What What happened? He just slipped away?
Well, he took a little bit of a break from chess.
Yeah, it became a fashion.
I think so, yes. And then when he came back, he did win Grand Chess Tour right away.
Yes.
And I think he's getting right back into it. So we will see him. He has to still qualify for the Kingdoms.
Exactly.
And if he's motivated to play for the World Championship title, I'm sure he has very good chances.
Absolutely. We're going to be having a ceremonial first move. I think I saw Asmai Parashvili.
Yes, that's him.
Yes, Asmai. Asmai, as we called him in the day, Grandmaster and the European Chess Union President.
Anish said, play whatever move you like, and he went with d4.
Good move.
Thank you, Mr. Zagreb. Hvala gospodinu Zagreb.
Good to see Zurab.
Tijekom igre zabranjeno korištenje mobilnih telefona I elektroničkih sredstava koja nisu dozvoljena.
He was the president of the Georgian Chess Federation,
Yes.
too, wasn't he?
Don't use mobile phone.
Still no Magnus.
Oh, I think that's what they're waiting for. I was wondering why there's no handshakes.
Time to start, please. Players.
There he is.
Which event was it where he had to cycle? He had to take a bicycle to the
I think it was the
hall?
Olympiad. Yeah.
Because the traffic was so bad as Magnus sits down to play. Very exciting when he is playing in the tournaments. There is a special energy
Absolutely.
about.
And he attracts so many more fans.
Absolutely.
He's played Knight f3.
All right. Round 4 underway. Knight f3. Again, it's kind of ready Catalan, and
That's how he won against Wesley yesterday, I believe.
yes,
Yeah, it was the same opening.
right.
So he started with c4 yesterday. Oops.
Should do.
Oh, g3 right away.
I think it was a g3, knight f6, bishop g2, e6.
No, there
and
was
then
early c4, and then Wesley didn't play d4. Remember, he played e6.
Yes,
and then
e6.
bishop
g2, a g3.
c5.
c5. Okay. An invitation to a reverse Grunfeld. And I remember at the Cairns Cup, it was actually Humpy who was playing the white side of this line with d4, as we're witnessing right now. In the games that I recall, we from the Cairns Cup, we had seen a number of games that had continued.
Knight 6, c4.
Knight
We had like
c6.
3 or 4 games
Exactly.
for this opening.
Yeah.
And so some novelties.
But it was e7, after d4, e6, castles, knight f6. Miro, is this an invitation to play a Tarish? c2, c4?
Is it the Tarish though?
To me, it's still early.
I thought, yeah, it depends on
The next
the
move.
moves order,
Yeah.
right? Because like you can get this from the Catalan,
Yes.
from the Catalan moves order, and then you'd be saying, okay, that's one of the possible lines of being the Catalan, right?
Right.
The Tarash, I believe it's if black goes bishop e7 or
E7.
something, and then you get
Yes.
the chance to take on d5, and then capturing with the knight is not so great, so ed5, and here we go. We transpose into a Tarash defense. However, in modern practice, I think they do play different variation in Tarash. They take on d4 earlier,
Right.
develop the bishop to c5, so it wouldn't be, say, the Tarash you would like to play.
And we have b3.
And we have
Played
b3,
B3.
which, well, you know, it's not a Catalan, it's not anything that I would know.
Right.
It's a possible move to play.
I always like to ask, what is
Next-
the opening call?
Also, the next move is surprising that Alireza just replied with.
Bishop d7, that is definitely off the beating.
Bishop
Well,
d7, what's the opening of knight variation of Indian game, whatever it means, yes.
Knight's
Knight variation of Indian game. So we are
Who
learning
comes up
something
with
new.
Who
as an
comes up with these names? Bishop d7.
Yeah,
Now
bishop
that's
d7,
a rare.
Then once again, that's something that you would never think of.
No.
Even though I imagined like he's planning to swap everything on d4 and put the bishop on c6. Maybe that's the reason. Say he captures. Hang on a second. No, e5 is not possible. Knight takes, maybe bishop to c6, anticipating c4, and then in this case you would just take and exchange the bishops and no pressure for white whatsoever. Yeah, so it kind of makes sense, but also it gives this feeling of a bit of a beginner move. Bishop d7, yeah, you do something strange.
Develop the pieces as early as you can.
But he did play it really fast. He's only spent 4 seconds, so he might still be in his prep.
Yeah, there are some games.
Yeah.
And let's throw it to Cristian in Zagreb. What do you have, Cristian?
Just a quick behind-the-scenes story about Magnus Carlsen and the way he prepares for the games as well. Well, he does not prepare as much because he just came from outside somewhere. I don't know from where. Perhaps he was playing football. He generally likes to do this in Zagreb. Perhaps he was having a walk. But he had to change. He had shorts on. He had a nice T-shirt. He had to change before the round started. And that's why he was slightly late to the round. But definitely he's feeling energized. He's done some physical activity just before this game started. And right now he's ready, composed, and ready to take on the challenge of Alireza.
Thank you. Nice insights there, because he was more than a little late. He was definitely holding everybody up.
Not many chess players will be playing other sports before the rounds, but Magnus always does that.
I want to jump to the game of Nodirbek and Gukesh for just a brief moment, because I love to play Queen C2 Nimzo Indians, and I won the 2 bishops happily. And if I ever got this position that Nodirbek has as white, I just love this position. First of all, I love weakening my opponent's pawn. So ideas of bishop takes d7, followed by d takes c5, and bishop takes f6, I'm soaring. Even though I may not necessarily be winning, I just love weakening the pawns. Next, the move bishop c6 is genuinely disconcerting at the moment, right? Because, you know, that rook could easily find itself trapped. Rook b8, bishop f4. And finally, if you make just a conventional move like bishop b7,
You're going to end up with messed up pawn structure on the king side.
Truly.
Oh,
and
this is not good.
This is not what you want. The world champion Gukesh, is this... I mean, I can't believe it's modern theory. I mean, it just feels wrong.
Well, it might very well be. I'm checking. There are only 2 games, so it's very offbeat, so to put. And computer says that you, Yasser, would be absolutely right, spot on, if not for h7, h6 moves. In a way, it's the only move for black to kind of retain counterplay. Otherwise, it's just like anything you do, one of the pawns gets doubled. It's very bad.
Okay, but
after h6, though, it's not so clear what you want to do with white, because capturing on d7, black just captures on g5, it turns out. You take c8, it's rook c8, and then I imagine knight g5. No, hang on a second, it's not even rook c8. Knight e4 intermezzo. That's very important.
Nice.
Yeah, knight e4, defending the pawn, attacking the queen, that capturing c8, black is better. So you're not taking on d7.
Can we check why bishop c6 doesn't work here?
Bishop to c6 would attack the rook, but then again black does the same. Captures g5, bishop here, g4,
Not
or
queen
knight
c7.
a4, or bishop a6. It turns out it's just the position is good. So I imagine black gets a lot of initiative, say, starting with bishop a6, and then you'll have knight e4, and this king is very unlikely to cast.
So continue just a second. Bishop c6.
Yeah, bishop to c6. It goes g4 first.
g4 first.
Knight to e5, and then, well, of course, like if you're a computer, a game of chess is very easy because the move is knight b8, and the bishop on c6 is in a bit of a trouble.
Wasn't the first move.
It says black is better, and I turn to believe it. Anyway, the sensible way of playing would be to capture on f6, knight f6, and then black is not that unhappy. He might have hanging pawns, but nothing major, because if you take, once again, knight e4 intermezzo comes to rescue.
Sorry to interrupt you, Miro, because we have a very unexpected move. a7, a5, no h6.
Yeah, Gukesh
Over
just played
here,
a5.
a7, a5,
Wow.
and this is...
No, he played h6 first, bishop h4.
Oh, sorry.
And then
Okay, h6, bishop h4,
I saw
Knight
a5. I saw a5 on my
and he
board.
should have gone g5. That's what computer says. G5, and that was the whole point. G5, bishop goes, knight e4. I imagine it's a very sharp position strategically because you've weakened your king. But that was the way to go because, you know what, after a5, white can just take.
Right.
And when you take over here, bishop d7.
Is the pawn already just hanging?
When you take on d7, you can take on c5.
And you're very happy.
Right. And
I live for this moment.
I'm surprised computer is not happier that say. So it's 0.30 only. And again, because of some silly counterplay ideas, rook to c8, and then when you go to d4, I guess, or d6, d4, and then again g5, which is like not an easy move to play. Like you have a pawn down, and then after that, they go bishop b5, and your king is stuck in a
That
center.
makes sense.
White is one move away, pretty much. Like in a position before bishop b5. White is one move away from saying, like, I'm just a pawn up for nothing.
Exactly.
Castle short. But yeah, that's what you have to prevent. After bishop b5, it's a little bit trickier. White is still better according to the machine, but nothing dramatic.
And d takes c5 from the current position. DC, BC castles. So
DC, BC castles. Yeah, it makes sense. But then, but then we've vacated the square on b6. You see?
Nice. That is
so
important.
if you wanted to castle, maybe we should have done it immediately.
Right.
Like so there is no queen b6.
Right.
And actually, castles immediate is a good move because it doesn't really change the position. Black has to do something defensive, like it goes queen c7 or bishop a6 tries to exchange the bishops. Mm-hmm. And I imagine white is better in, say, in a position like that. Bishop takes, knight takes, take on a6. And now you can have your pawn. Mm-hmm. Because knight e4 intermezzo, you go queen d3, intermezzo to an intermezzo, attacking the rook on a6.
Right.
And black is forced, in order not to lose material, black is forced to capture on c5 with the knight, which is completely different stories. And now you are happy. It's an isolated pawn. We all know it might end badly. Rook to d1, knight to d4.
Yeah.
White has a better position.
Easy game. Bishop c6.
We can't guess any of
Nodirbek.
their moves.
Well, a5 threw us off.
Yes.
But okay, the benefit of bishop c6 is if you could provoke the move rook a7, castles, there's no bishop a6 forcing a trade of bishop.
Rook a6.
But is our bishop really well placed on c6?
I don't think so.
There's also bishop a6, if we trust the machine. An immediate bishop a6.
Nice sacrifice.
And this time it's not that much tactical, but kind of a strategical statement. So you're not castling short, and therefore I do not believe my light square bishop is worse than your rook on h1, let's say. So I'm planning to go knight e4 and just play it positionally, which makes sense.
Yeah.
I imagine, especially for rapid chess, that's like you have
The initiative.
the initiative matters a lot.
Yeah, especially blitz, but rapid as well. Bishop c6, an invitation, because after bishop a6, I'm kind of committed to taking the rook. I mean, there's no question.
If you're going to suffer with the king in the center, might as well have some material for it, right?
Exactly.
Should we check some other games?
Please.
Let's see how Jan-Krzysztof's doing. He's one of the leaders coming into today's round.
And he's up against Anish Giri. Anish is
interesting
probably a little sour, I want to say, that he's not one of the people tied for first, because he sure had a wonderful, wonderful positioning against Wesley. So, whoa, okay.
So we started as Rui Lopez, but
right. And
very unusual current position
exactly.
from Rui Lopez.
We're all kind of familiar with these Noah Ark traps. The idea of the Noah Ark trap is c5, you get the queen to move back, and yay, you trap the bishop. The problem, of course, is, oops, in this particular version, it doesn't work very well for black. So what we saw instead was bishop b7, c4,
Now c5 and b4.
Wow.
I wonder if there are still some games in this current position.
Miro, you
Yeah,
are
not only
good.
there are some games, I'm surprised that c4 is actually a main move. There are 71 games in the database that we have, and c4 was played in 26 of them.
Okay.
Not my first choice, if you ask me. Computer's first choice, okay, let's be fair, maybe not the most powerful computer, but it goes with rook to d1. And I was stuck here thinking, don't you blunder
The Noah's Ark trap.
the trick that Yasser just described. And it turns out, no, there's a trick, a counter trick to a trick. Bishop f7, king f7, queen
d7.
And it's so pronounced. I go rook d1 for something, and yet
Queen
we
e7?
are tempted to blunder. Yeah, queen
Bishop
e7 and bishop to g5.
wow.
I'll make you take it,
Amazing.
it says. Yeah, I'll
Nice.
make you take it. Anyway, c4, c5, queen to d3, b4, I imagine has been seen. Yeah, still 5 games in the database. Computer's opinion that it's equal. And looking at this position, it doesn't strike me as like the first thing when you say the Ruy Lopez was played.
Yeah.
It's
No.
not the position I'm imagining.
I'm not guessing either. Thank you, Miro. And how do these two players match up in their head-to-heads?
Yeah, let's say they're head-to-head. I'm sure they've played many games. Wow, Duda has been beaten Anish.
Wow.
17 wins, only 4 losses, and 22 draws.
I didn't see that coming.
Not at all. I expected a lot of draws.
I did too, but 70 to 4, I wonder where.
That's shocking.
Yeah, Duda got. You know, this current position, and I'm anxious to go to other positions as well, but this current position, could you please try to describe the strengths and weaknesses of the position of the two players? It's such a different structure. I mean,
it's not a pattern we're used to seeing, so hard to figure out which side we're playing on. What are we doing with the white squared bishop?
Right, and like bishop e7, bishop f6.
Right.
Am I supposed to be playing f4, Miro?
Well,
what is white supposed to do?
What I'm picking up is that the bishop has to go to a4. Lights the bishop.
That makes a lot of sense.
And one of the moves that computer likes is actually to do it outright, to go bishop a4.
In this moment?
Yeah, this moment.
I'm assuming bishop to d6 as a tempo?
Bishop a4 and bishop d6. I wonder if f4 is a move. Yeah, f4 is possible.
F4.
And don't ask me why, but you
D7
cannot take on f4.
D7 is hanging.
I guess, yeah.
Ah, f4.
f4. So that would be not great. It's kind of a mutation for white to play f4 and so on. And
agreed.
Therefore, computer just go bishop e7. But what I do not like about white's position is that, okay, you have this d5 square, very attractive for your knight, and yet your knight cannot go to c3. If I could somehow magically make 2 moves in a row, I'd be very happy.
Right.
But since I cannot do that, I imagine I take much slower route.
Right.
Knight d2, f1, e3, d5. And that is a long, long way for this knight to go. So black's going to play rook d8, black's going to castle. It's still hard to come up with, with a positive plan for black in terms of pawn pushes. Like, you're not getting d5, and then moving the f pawn is not advisable, usually.
Right.
But since he started with queen c7, if we can go to the line with bishop d6 and f4, can he just castle
to
long?
go here, f4, and
long.
to castle. Yeah, it was one of the computer lines. Yeah, bishop d6, f4, and castle long.
Whoa.
And I imagine it can get very, very sharp.
It's because white's queen side's not developed at all. I'm not that afraid to
this
castle
knight
into
is a
it.
pity knight. Right. Then, again, if we trust this machine, g3 is the move which I don't think humans will be keen to play on, because h5, h4, and we all know the bishop, the rook opens, we know how it ends. This is not good. Yeah,
I've seen that movie before.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you don't play g3, what do? You go e5.
Okay.
Seems fine.
But now
then
I've got a break.
You can't really back it up. Yeah, again, this knight, that's the moment where you go knight d5 or knight d6 or knight d4 at the very least.
Yeah.
Right, and then, after knight d2, d6, I imagine black's very happy. So the center's open, bishop goes to g2, attacks g2. I don't like it for white.
Interesting.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's one very, very delicate position. I imagine white, white's not worse here, but has to be very, very careful not to end up in a worse position.
Bishop e3.
We'll keep an eye
sharp. We'll keep an eye on this one. And where would you like to take this?
Let's check Wesley's game. He's also one of the co-leaders coming into this round. He's playing Ivan Saric.
Ivan Saric. And, it looks like a vacuuming has just taken place.
They've traded a lot of pieces.
Yes. This is from the Scotch ending. But c2, c4.
What does white usually play here?
Well, I'm more familiar with ideas of bishop g5, h3, and queen f3.
Okay.
But c4. And also the knight somehow is supposed to be on c3 as well. Okay, anyway, they're getting to this ending. Both players have played very, very quickly. f4.
Wouldn't
Whoa.
expect that, but
No.
I guess if white wants to have some kind of advantage or try for an advantage, they have to take a risk. F4.
And B2, B3, that's a move that indicates that, well, I don't really have much of it. If you're playing for victory, you're going F5, right? You just have to throw it out there. Okay. And by the way, we're just told by VAR in studio that G7, G6 is a novelty. Okay, H6, normal. Yeah.
Wow.
And let's remind everybody about Wesley's day. No draws. I mean, it's a sighting
Unusual
that
for
we're.
him.
Yeah, it's a story worth talking about.
Yeah, he started by defeating Fabiano Caruana.
Huge victory.
Then he was holding against Magnus Carlsen, but Magnus played some magic tricks and outplayed him in the end game. And then, taking down the leader Anish Giri yesterday in a pretty much lost position.
Yeah. And tied for first place. Let's jump to the game, if you don't mind. Magnus versus Alireza. That, for me, was a marquee matchup coming into today's round. As we saw, Magnus was a little late, keeping everybody...
It was just a few seconds.
Bishop d7, e2, e3. Boy, I'm really having a hard time. I mean, that was not a move that, would really... I'm thinking bishop b2.
Of course.
E3, c4, and very quickly, hanging pawns for white. By the way, hanging pawns with the bishop d7, yeah?
It makes sense because now we play knight rook c8 quickly and knight a5.
And Magnus is offering a pawn.
Is hanging? It is, right?
Well, let's take a look.
Takes, knight e5.
Yeah, munch. And let's just say, okay, I'm a pawn grabber.
Do you go back rook c7?
Yes, I do.
Of course you do. Maybe bishop f4?
It's a kind of a ghost threat, right? You're not really...
Yeah, it just looks nice.
It looks nice. It looks pretty. Bishop e7.
Maybe rook c1?
That's kind of helpful, right? Because
Well, you'll still have to spend another tempo defending the pawn.
Do I? Am I trying to equalize, or am I trying? I mean, you're right. If I have to play bishop here, but I've got bishop b5, I've got castles. I don't think that this is...
White has an advantage here.
Yeah. Miro, there's a pawn sacrifice on offer.
Yes, you've identified it right. The pawn is indeed hanging.
Take it.
Knight c4, knight c4, rook c4, and knight e5 are the correct moves. However, here... well, this thing insists that you absolutely have to include the intermezzo, bishop a4. And the reason for that after rook c7, white is not developing the bishop. White has a very powerful move, d5. Breaking the center open while black still has the bishop on f8 and is unable to castle. And then, basically a lot of tactical tricks, one of them being if you take with the knight, so bishop takes, pawn takes, and white all of a sudden has knight f7, the move you would not expect here to be here, but then after king takes, queen to d5. Hang on, there was queen h5 first. Yeah, queen h5 first. You don't have a place to go. Because now g6, queen to d5, you cannot block with the bishop.
Queen is
and where do you go? Here. Bishop b2. The king is haunted, and nothing you can do. So
that is quite
after d5, basically black
bishop
has to play
d6.
bishop d6, then knight d7, rook d7, less exciting, but still better for white. Yeah. Captures, white goes queen b3, wins back the pawn, has two bishops. Not really pleasant for black. So black absolutely has to go bishop a4, queen goes to e2 or f3, even computer's not sure. So this is one of those, I believe, very modern style of positions. Like when you sacrifice a pawn and you don't have something concrete that you can formalize, you have what we call dynamical compensation. So basically you're creating threats every move. Right, and back in the day we all believed, okay, this sort of initiative evaporates eventually and black's gonna have a pawn or maybe two pawns if he captures on d4. But now computers shown us that you can hold to this initiative for a very, very long time. By the way, rook d4 is a very bad move after bishop b2. White is I thought rook d2 was, to be honest, but then, yeah, like some tricks, queen to c4. Yeah, so White's potential initiative is not to be underestimated.
Wow. Thank you, Miro. And how do these two match up their lifetime?
I'm sure they've played a lot of games.
Oh, wow.
So 33 draws, 70 wins for Magnus, 37 for Alireza. How have they managed to play this many rapid games between them?
It's remarkable. And, you know,
150 games.
What Magnus was doing, what Magnus has been doing to the rest of the field, 2-1, 3-1, 10-1, this isn't that bad. But when you think about Alireza in his youth, how did they manage to play 100 rapid games against one another, or nearly 200?
Yeah, that's surprising.
Okay, but look, I'm sorry. You've played rook c8, bishop d7, knight a5. If you don't take the pawn, what have you been doing for these last few moves?
Well, in fact, it does seem that black has to enter this variation, like take on c4, knight e5, and go bishop a4. And this computer sees as roughly balanced.
He's played bishop b4. He didn't take pawn.
Well, so he went bishop b4, which was, I think, the other move that computer thought was good. Okay, yeah, before capturing. Bishop to b4, yeah. And then...
He spotted something that just...
And then again, you have a variety of choices with white. You almost in every position, if nothing is hanging, you can go d5.
Right.
Which I don't quite understand what it means, but yeah, like d5 is one of the moves. Rook b1 is one of the moves as well. Maybe a bit more natural, if you ask me. Bishop is attacked. Bishop d2, knight d2 was to happen. And then I imagine capturing on c4 is dangerous because bishop a3. Not only white can win the pawn back, but say something like this was to happen. You can see the eval bar going in white's favor. And indeed, bishop a3 is the strongest move. Stopping the castle, and that's worth much more than a pawn. Yeah, so if he trades on b1, he has to castle, and we are getting this tricky position. So hanging pawns, white has a pair of bishops, but I'm afraid white cannot keep the c4 pawn on c4. Like, he can keep it, but he cannot keep it on c4. And the moment he goes c5, your hanging pawns lose, like, huge part of its attractiveness, right? So you vacate the d5 square. So bishop c6, black is already like smiling at you.
Right.
Bishop c6. So you don't want to be playing c5.
Right.
Okay.
Bishop b4.
Bishop to b4. Yeah, variety of choices for Magnus.
Yeah, both rook b1, knight e5 look very logical.
Yeah, rook b1, bishop takes, knight takes, castles, and what is the move? And now it's a mystery to me because computer says, you know what, you don't want to defend c4, you don't have to, rook e1, then the moment black takes c4, you take b7.
Yeah.
But I imagine in this case, you're not really playing for a huge advantage. There is no longer initiative on the king, it's more about like, you take my pawn, I take your pawn, and we are all happy. Right, bishop c6, by the way, to stop me speaking about two bishops advantage.
Well, I'm going to play bishop f1. I thought that was... Oh, no, d4 is hanging. Oh, Jesus.
Only 11 moves in, and they've both spent a significant amount of time already. 10 minutes down.
They've managed to really...
surprise each other.
Absolutely. Yeah. Reshuffling of the deck. I mean, let's take a look at the statistics. And what day one did it shake up our percentages?
So pre-tournament, no surprise, Carlsen was a huge favorite at almost 70%. Firouzja and Fabi in second and third. Let's see if after first day that changed. We do know we have 4 co-leaders, and Fabi and Firouzja are not one of them.
No, both Fabi and Firouzja slipped down.
Looking at the pie chart, it's just Carlsen's tournament. Over 80% already.
That's crazy.
Even
and
though Wesley and Duda are sharing first place with him.
By the way, Miro, because you were unable to join us yesterday, you didn't get a chance to tell us who is going to win the event.
Well, is it fair? I know the leaders.
We will allow you.
What I can understand, I'm not allowed to pick Magnus Carlsen, right?
More or less.
Right. So you're pushing me towards like an unpleasant... Well, let me go with Duda then. Okay.
Who
Good
is
thing. Yeah,
impressed?
well, he had a rough
Day one.
start in terms of opponents. He's done very well.
Yes.
He's known to be a very good blitz player.
Yes, he is.
Do you know once I called him blitz world champion among humans? When Magnus won with like tremendous score and Duda was the second, 3 points behind.
That's nice.
Yes, so Duda can play very well in blitz, and
Right.
yeah, so can be a
Great
candidate.
pick. There's one game we still
Yes,
haven't
please.
looked at. It's Fabi against Praggnanandhaa, and we had the French defense.
And-
Prag has been playing French. I think even in the candidates he was playing it.
You know,
2 years ago.
Interestingly enough, it's sort of like the French defense almost stopped being played. It was like it was considered too risky.
Then maybe
And
Dinkler brought it back to played it during the match.
the World Championship match. And let's see what line of the French Fabi
think
knight c3.
Miro has some thoughts about it.
Please,
No,
well-
I just wanted to mention that bishop e7 is a bit unusual moves over.
That was my
And-
old move, bishop e7.
And look at the current position on the board, because computer has f7, f6 marked with a question mark.
Okay.
However, I'm not entirely sure, because it's very often that they sacrifice the c6 pawn. So I imagine, well, at least computer's version of why f6 is bad is because white takes on e6. And then we have to investigate, because it's not impossible, like seeing the king in the center, it's not impossible as something like that, the move that is criticized by the computer.
As
But
well.
I'm just looking at it, knight f8,
take
and, you know, so even king f8 is possible. Like, you're stuck in the center. Knight e6, there is also rook e8, and then, you know, it's an X-ray on this king. Well, and computer, of course, doesn't care. Well, maybe there is a tactical explanation why computer doesn't care. Bishop d3.
Guess
You
what?
would go fe5 and say, I'm winning.
No.
And you would be, but there is bishop h7.
Oh, the
And then you
bishop
cannot
sacrifice.
take on h7 because, yeah, the Greek sacrifice, knight to g5, and white has too many knights. Right. And then queen h5, and white is winning. So apparently the strongest move after bishop h7 is to go to h8, which you do not enjoy doing.
Right.
And white is much better after bishop g6. So I was wrong by not being wrong. Optically, it doesn't look so good for white. If you try to claim, like, I'm a pawn up, I want to defend, I want to develop my pieces, go castle short. No, that wouldn't work, but you have to play for initiative yourself, bishop d3, and be ready to sacrifice on h7.
So should black take on e5 with the knight here to avoid getting
Yeah,
checkmated?
after bishop d3. Yeah, knight e6, rook to e8, bishop d3. Knight takes e5, and then, white captures on e5.
Queen
and
h5.
I imagine
That's kind
now
of-
queen h5 is on a
nasty.
plate. Yes. So what computer does, it eliminates this knight. And then knight to c6, bc6, castles, and white actually doesn't have an extra pawn. Am I right?
Where did the pawn go?
Yeah. White's better, though, according to the machine, because now it's like absolutely different factors in play. It's more about like both kings castled, so it's a pawn structure. Queen c2, attacking h7, later playing c4. We might get Saric game. Or
Right,
the
I was
Saric
about to
Wesley
say,
saw.
bishop on d5.
But I guess better version for white. Queen to c2, h7, h6 is not very nice move to play. Yeah, something like that can easily happen.
Thank you, Miro. And how do these two players match up?
Let's see, Fabi and Prag. Not too many games between them.
Not 100.
No, 6 wins for Fabi, 2 wins for Prag, and 3 draws. So Fabi's the favorite, but by not that much.
Exactly. Both these players in day one finished day one at -1, a loss and a few draws. Once again, just to remind how big a victory between these two. Somebody
Both of
would
them
bounce up.
absolutely needs a win. And because of the scoring system, they get 2 points right away.
Right.
They'll jump up. Yeah, they can't make draws. They
Yeah,
can't
they'll
afford
draw
to make
themselves up. F7, F6, and I can kind of appreciate why Fabi is really taking. By the way, what are the clock times?
Prag spent a lot of time maybe on this last move f6 because he's down to 8 minutes.
That's what I'm looking at, and I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, it is game 25, right? I mean, and what move number are we on?
But Fabi's also spent a lot of time. He has 13 minutes. It's
for
early in the
12
game.
moves.
Yes, yes.
They really have slow played it. When you see the move f7, f6, you also think to yourself, well, what if I just take it?
Take first, e5 is not possible yet. So we take, we take with the knight, probably.
You're going to recapture with the knight. Okay, so
then bishop d3.
I understand bishop d3, but I understand bishop
h3
as well.
That's interesting.
Just, I mean, if I'm super greedy and I provoke you to play e5.
Yeah, e5 might still be a good sacrifice.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
You know, like sometimes I can force you to, and I could play bishop g2. I'm not sure. That is why Fabi is going into this deep think. But let's pause our analysis and toss it to Zagreb and Cristian. Over to you, Cristian.
And I have to say, that game is absolutely fascinating because these two players have been having a French discussion for quite some time as well, and they've met at the candidates, and Prague with black pieces did play the French in that one, so they've been going back and forth in the French defense. Prague, in fact, had a better position at the candidates with the black pieces, but right now, Fabiano, just before this last move, f6, he was really feeling confident. He was blitzing out, more or less, close to blitzing out his moves. He had about 18 minutes before this move, f6, has surprised him. It seems like right now he's trying, we see the question mark, of course, attributed by the engine, but this is just simply going to be a wild position developing in the middle game. Now, a concept that I do want to talk a little bit about because I see it in two games happening at the same time is this one. The game between Magnus and Alireza. I was in the playing hall after this move, bishop to b4. Magnus took a lot of time off his clock on his decision, and he played the move knight to e5. The question is, and the question that Alireza pretty much asked after with this move, bishop to b4, was at some point I'm going to win a pawn. I'm either going to take the pawn c4 because I'm going to eliminate the knight on d2 and then take on c4, or I'm going to take the pawn on d4. You have to sacrifice a pawn to maintain your initiative as white. And Magnus decided to do so with the move knight to e5. A good move. Bishop to c3, and at this point I was trying to calculate as well, and expecting Magnus to continue with bishop to a3, sacrificing maybe even more than an exchange and a pawn. You take on d4, then I defend the knight on e5, and then you have the opportunity to take on a1 as well. But I have full compensation, and it's given by this bishop on a3, which blocks the king from ever reaching safety. You simply cannot go castle. You're going to get stuck with the king in center, and right now I'm going to have a tremendous attack as white. I can even go ideas with f4, f5 to try to open up the position. If a knight manages to find its way to d6, then it's pretty much game over. So a lot of compensation for white. And the same concept is being applied in this game between Nodirbek and Gukesh. Gukesh with the black pieces, as you can see, sacrificed the pawn on c5 for the same reason. I'm just going to stop your king from ever reaching safety. Queen takes c5, bishop to a6. There's no more short castle. Obviously, you don't want to go long castle because rook to c7 would just get the queen off the board. Bishop to a6, queen to d4, g5, bishop to g3. I'm weakening my king, it feels like, as black. The king on g8 after g5, it feels weak. But unfortunately for white, you just simply cannot go h4. I mean, you can, but after g4, you're not going to open up my position. Your king is still stuck in the center on e1, and I have ideas of, once again, finding a way to get that knight to d3, knight to c5, knight to d3. If I manage to do that, get the rook on e8, open up the e-file if I can. If all of these things are happening, I have enough compensation for the lost pawn as black. So Gukesh right now, he's trying to get that third consecutive victory in a row. Just an incredible bounce back after his first game loss. Back to you for the moment. I'll be here with more updates as the games progress.
Thank you, Cristian. It feels like the round just blew up on us, Miro. Add to what Cristian was saying about this game.
I was watching this game, Nodirbek against Gukesh, for quite some time, and I think there was, well, and a very optimistic, let's call it this, decision to capture c5. Yeah, because white, would he want safety? He could have captured on f6. Now gf6 makes really little sense. You don't have to take c5 anymore. You just castle. You're very happy. So bishop f6 would lead to a queen straight.
Right.
Queen f6, gf6, and white's still slightly better. I imagine black's position is defendable, but white is slightly better. However, after this capture, bishop to a6, queen d4, g5 exclamation mark, bishop g3, black is much better. And guess what? Knight e4, the move that was played in the game, is good. But what's better than knight on e4 is rook on e4. So the strongest move was, and sometimes we as coaches, we say, like, include all the pieces in the attack. So rook on f8 was not doing much. So you go rook e4, rook e8, and your idea is to go rook e4 followed by d4, and then just smash them in the center. Yeah, and white would have to do something along the lines of knight e5, but then this rook goes to c7, threatens to go to c2. You don't like it with white. Yeah.
No,
I'm surprised it's not winning for black.
Well, I believe it almost is. Yeah, like knight d3, you go to c2. I imagine black wins some material at the very least.
Yeah.
But yeah,
just to interrupt you, we do have a result in the game between Ivan Saric and Wesley So. I thought I saw a draw pop up on my screen. So
I found
thought
some kind of perpetual.
A perpetual check at the end as we do see a draw. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Yeah, that was it. So knight e4
was played instead of rook e8.
A bit slower, but believe it or not, it's still... well, and last move, queen d1, it's such a mistake. d4, you play immediately, like automatic, you just go d4. You wanted this move. Remember, I said like you have to make a couple of rook moves to go d4. So this queen d1 voluntarily giving black this opportunity to go d4. d4 should end the game. No,
Because
seriously, what do you even do?
Knight takes d4?
Knight takes d4, and then, like capturing on g3 doesn't really work. But what works is rook to e8, and white is, if you think of it just like a tiny bit, white is in a zugzwang. White's paralyzed. You're never castling. You cannot move the queen. Like
rook
whenever
takes
you
d4.
Yeah, rook d4 immediately. Jumping.
Ouch.
Yeah. Rook d4. And if you consider rook e8, and you think, like, what's white's move?
Yeah, the next move.
There's nothing. There's a position where white is 2 pawns up, and compute evaluates is almost -4. So if white was 4 pawns down.
Well, Gukesh did not play d4.
No. Ooh, a big miss.
See what he played.
Boo hiss.
Rook to c8. But this, of course, allows white to reroute the knight on d4, and then all of a sudden white is, I would say, happy, can't castle still, but
f3, king f2.
Yeah, back to being relatively solid, f3, and white has potential to free himself.
Exactly.
Yeah, so d4 was
huge
needed.
miss. And by the way, you live for those, but you live for those moments when you've played bishop a6. Stop.
Yeah.
When you've played bishop a6 and your king is stuck in the center, you're playing d4 9 out of 10 times, and you get a
absolutely.
chance.
It's like if you ask yourself, well, why would you need this pawn, right?
Yeah, please take it away.
Yeah, if it's not here, you win it immediately.
Right.
You get the chance to get rid of it.
Right.
And it's not only, it's not only the d file, but also the queen sometimes captures on g2.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that was almost like an instinct, yeah?
Huge missed opportunity, and it's so intuitive as well. Let's just go around. Where did we...
let's go to Fabi's game, because I see Prag's queen is on b2, and I want to check that out.
How did he get it?
How did that get there?
Okay, so the move f7, f6, b2, b4, because here's where Fabi went into a deep think, because obviously he was analyzing calculating the variations with knight takes e6. He thought b2, b4, where's this queen going? The problem is the queen cannot go back to d8 because knight e6 wins the game.
Or c7, yes.
Or c7. So you have to go here.
I mean, maybe queen b6 was an option. Or knight takes b4.
Well, the sacrifice... Yeah, that's a good point. How many
Miro
pawns?
can tell us if that was working.
Knight takes b4.
I would never guess knight b4, even though you sometimes have these ideas in the French. But
of course.
Computer says knight to b4 not only is possible, but in fact is the strongest move, after which black is doing sort of okay.
Remarkable.
So queen a3, the move played in the game. Okay, we'll look at it further, but basically after knight b5, white is better, and that's what we are seeing. Queen b2, and the continuation is rook c1. However, after b4, what's black to take? And how do you react? If you capture the knight, in this particular case, it's bishop check. You don't want to be going king e2, king e2, b6, and this is, again,
Stop.
doesn't end well. So you want to be blocking on d2, and then black just takes.
No. This is like a very good sacrifice.
Black has the center, black has the development. And how many? 3 pawns for the piece.
Yeah.
So that's enough material plus initiative.
But I think what Fabi must have been calculating was
knight to b3.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the best move. And then black goes queen to b6, right?
Queen
and
b6.
then again, if you take and black takes on e5, there is nothing good for white because he cannot capture on e5 at the very end. f2 is hanging.
Gotcha.
So it has to be a parade of intermezzos because you go bishop e3 now,
right,
and hoping for the queen to leave, and then you take the knight, and then black goes, thank you very much, queen is not leaving, I go d4, and then I don't know what's going on, man. Bishop takes d4, queen to c6 this time, pinning this knight on f3, so it would have been like incredibly, ridiculously sharp position.
That is
which
amazing.
is like considering the time they have on the clock. That's amazing. Yeah, look, it's 3 minutes for Fabi.
Let's catch up with the players. Fabi didn't play that rook c1 you suggested, Miro.
Yep.
He played rook b1, which got a
b1,
question mark.
queen a2, and then e takes f6. So now apparently white is no longer better. Black just has to, well, nothing crazy anymore. Knight takes on f6, and somehow, I imagine the queen survives on a2. That's the only question that bothers you.
Well, if you're
and make it draw.
You're white, you take the draw at this
That's
point.
what computer does.
Yeah,
that's what computer
I'm
does.
seeing
Like,
knight e4.
It shows off with bishop e2, for instance, or bishop d3, but then after e5, it says, you know what, I changed my mind. Rook a1, rook b1, draw.
Yeah.
So it's not impossible, and by this point, maybe very likely considering how low on the clock Fabiano Caruana is.
That's what I wanted to ask, Nasi.
Yeah, Fabi's down to 3 minutes.
Yeah, a draw is inevitable at that point because if you don't have a big material advantage, you just
unless
don't
you
want to
see how to trap this queen.
Exactly. And he's played e takes. Had he played the prescribed rook c1, which makes a lot of sense, because here you are threatening to trap the queen. Would that have resulted in an advantage?
Yeah, so let's find out what the difference is, because I've said computer recommends this and this is better for white, but what's the difference? Let's pretend black does absolutely the same, capturing on a2.
Yeah.
And then you take on f6, knight f6, and then you go bishop d3, e5. Again, you cannot take, but the difference is you can play rook to c2. Intermezzo, attacking the queen, and then e5 won't be hanging. And after queen a4, you can actually take on e5. So I don't think it's something like very dramatic, like the queen's getting trapped or anything, but say this exchange happens, bishop e5, well, it's just positionally better. It's much better structure. The knight will end up on d4. White needs to castle, and he will castle. Yeah, so that was just the way to solidify the position, capitalize on a better structure. Well, not easy, though. Not easy. You see the queen on b2, you want to attack the queen on b2.
Right.
So it's Fabi's decision understandable. It was a weird game, I want to say, because it went from almost like pretending we are playing a classical game. They've spent a lot of time, in the opening, and
a
then
dozen moves.
Switched to playing blitz.
Yeah.
There was no rapid game in here.
Right.
We skipped the rapid portion.
Yeah.
They did.
Should we go back to our key matchup? Magnus and Alireza, see how they're doing? I see they're entering time trouble. Alireza's down to 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, and it's funny, the echoes between the Gukesh game and Magnus and Alireza. So, knight f3 takes.
Beautiful bishops.
Not so beautiful anymore, but there we go. And what do we have? We have bishops of opposite color, but a pretty nice.
The c-pawn.
Bishop
and
can
follow
anchor
up
it.
with c5.
Yeah, it can anchor itself. It looks like but
the
there's
diagonal
one problem.
Right, h1, a8 diagonal is very weak, but black bishop is not on the right spot.
Exactly. I mean, when you tell me you've played the move G2, G3, I ask, who has the light squared bishop? And even though if we just put a move on the board, bishop D6, rook C8, C5, I mean, recognizing that there's knight E4, you know, it's not play on one goal. You know, this light squares, I'm just actually curious, how does the machine judge this, evaluate this position?
Right, it's one of those valuations that don't give you that much information. It's slightly better for 0.30, 0.40, you know, so we figured this one ourselves, thank you very much.
Yeah.
However, like bishop d6, rook c8 is an interesting line, Yasser.
Yeah.
So rook to c8, well, apparently it's not the strongest move because white goes queen d4.
Okay.
And the reasoning here, from what I can pick up, that the b file is somehow important and you cannot really challenge me on the b file. I was
so
thinking
you'd have
some
to
rook
play
d8, but there is bishop e7.
Rook.
So the bishop is awkward, and if you go bishop c6, queen f4. Yeah, again, now computer surprises me with every move. So f7, f3, f2, f3, I guess.
We do have a few moves. We did not see bishop d6.
Aha, so he starts with queen d4, bishop c6.
C6.
Now I guess it's different because whenever you play bishop d6, black's going to play rook b7, so they want to challenge you on the b file.
Rook d8 also, Miro?
After bishop d6, rook d8 was an option as well, and then white has to go c5. Yeah, so bishop d6 is no longer an attractive move. Yep, you're right.
So bishop c6 on the board.
Bishop c6.
And what are the clock times on this one, Nessa?
Both of them have 3 minutes.
Ooh, I think we went from rapid to blitz in this one because I do not see the players bailing out with a threefold repetition as I expect the Fabi game. You're just knee-jerk reaction. You got a position like this as white. You see that you've played g3. Who do you favor? Would you rather play black or would you rather play white's position?
White for now.
Why?
Because I have the c-pawn and I like my dark square bishop that I can use right away, bishop d6 and so on.
Okay.
But I will have to keep my eye on that g2 square for sure.
Exactly.
And I just noticed that Magnus looked at the clock and then he did, oh wow.
Like, where did my clock?
Where's my time?
By the way, once again, remind me about Magnus's clock.
He's now down on the clock, 2 minutes, 28 seconds. Not a lot of time in a complicated position to figure out how to get any advantage.
Exactly. Wow, and just to remind those folks who are joining us, how did Magnus do so far?
And we watched his interview. He wasn't very happy after the first day. The first draw was kind of uneventful. Then he did manage to squeeze Wesley, and then last round also wasn't very happy with that draw.
Exactly, but a technical masterpiece in game two. Just an absolutely astonishing victory, literally from nothing. You know, it's funny. I'm looking at this position. I'd actually prefer to play Alireza's position because the way I'm looking at it is, yeah, this knight is really good, but I'm not worried about the c-pawn. I don't.
Because it's blockaded so well, right?
Yeah, it's blockaded so well. But the other thing was, I thought Alireza was going to play rook to d8 here, provoke c5, and I was looking at knight e4 ideas, imagining I get, you know, the old checkmate, you know, knight g5. None of that happened.
I would agree with you that in time trouble it's easier to blunder this mates and the black knight jump into e4 g5.
I noticed that Magnus played the same move, the computer move.
Yeah.
I assume the whole idea here is just to stop the knight from jumping. F7 is far too weak. You're going to play c5. When you play the move c5, you don't want to see knight d5. So queen f4, actually, you know, it's rather hard to explain. The queen looked really good on d4. But Miro, we're going to keep an eye on this one as you're going to send us over to Gukesh.
Yeah, absolutely. As players getting lower on time, you do see more and more mistakes. And we've seen world champion missing pretty much a win with d4, so the pawn got blockaded. But yeah, in a couple of moves, Nodirbek returns a favor. Knight c5, rook to c2, a4. And
What?
I don't know. He had to play like h4 or something. White went king d2.
What?
Which at first deserves double question mark. Now it's actually, just a bad move. Computer a few seconds ago it was giving two question marks. The reason here is not something in particular, but just like the king on d2 is bad, Rook to b7, and it was played, and black is threatening bishop d3 to finish the game. And I do not know.
So was his idea to go to c1 and hide?
Yeah, we can check that, but then knight d3, and like the king was stopped from castling short, but it's not like castling long was ever attractive, right?
Just rook c2 and
rook takes c2, followed by rook takes b2, black is just winning. Yeah, so Gukesh is about to win the third in a row, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so that's one
quite
bounce
a
back.
hat trick, and again from the opening, very unusual a5. It really felt like Nodirbek had outplayed. He won a pawn and everything was going well. But now, with this move, king d2.
Nodirbek just never managed to castle, and now with the king in the center, he's close to losing.
Let me just bring that game up on my board because I suspect clock times are also a big factor here too,
Yes,
right?
Nodirbek down to 1 minute.
Oh. Okay, so as we say, finish me off. What's the great knight b3? It's weird. It's like the king's badly placed, but so is the queen. Knight
Gukesh
b3.
about to win his third game in a row.
I know, the hat trick. And
I don't see any moves for white here.
Gukesh looked up like, okay, we're done. I'm going to have to take on c4, right? Rook takes c4. No other choice?
I guess.
Rook takes c4. Knight takes b. What am I doing?
I mean, your queen.
Rook takes b3.
Your queen's
It's
hanging
check.
too.
It's check. Sorry, I thought your queen was hanging, but it's check. Good morning, St. Louis. Knight b3. Well, that's it.
This position is hopeless.
That's all she wrote. Knight takes b3, bishop takes b3.
Things are heating up on other boards as well. Should we stay here though? Because
I just want to see the
he
one
might not
move.
survive for too long.
Bishop e1, queen a7. Almost automatic, right? You kind of just think to yourself,
Honestly, any queen move should be game over.
True that.
Yeah, queen b6 just to take on d4 next.
Yeah,
this is it.
For Nodirbek, a bad day won, no question about that. But also with the white pieces.
He might be tired. He's coming off from the Uzbek Cup tournament.
Yeah,
that just
was
finished.
huge.
Prague
event.
won that event. But yeah, he's not having a good start. You can see
Can you show off a little in this position?
Show me.
Like after queen b1, of course everything's winning.
Right.
But what I want to do is go bishop e2 check, and then rook takes and queen d3 check. Just to show off.
Beautiful.
It won't happen though.
Gukesh has won 3 in a row. Our congratulations to the reigning world champion. And let's jump to Duda's game.
Sure, let's check out how he's doing.
Anish versus
He looks better.
Duda.
Yeah.
Like, this was a very, very peculiar game. Hard to understand what was going on. Apologies that I just go back and...
Yeah.
Okay.
If you see this position, would you have guessed this came from Rui Lopez?
No.
Never.
No, not at all. Okay. And we do know
He has nice two bishops.
that Duda has a very, very big score against Anish. Anish just does not match up well against Duda. And you can see already that black is actually enjoying the proceedings.
I like h5 as well.
Oh my goodness. This is a very nice
He's
position.
dominating the whole board, but is
Pawn
it
on
easy
b3.
to win?
Okay, so imagine...
You want to trade queens? Queen
No,
f5.
but...
No, bishop is hanging on f4.
I understand.
Oh, you
I
want to
was going to trade. I wanted to weaken this pawn, but I also made a weakness on the f5. Okay, so let's see how we should approach this. We've got the two bishops. Knight e3, knight d5. I remember you telling me I want to put my knight. I want to transfer my knight to d5.
I still do.
And you still do.
Yeah, black is better. And if we say all the generation of players have something right, it's intuition, Yasser. Queen f5, you were spot on. Strongest move in the position.
Really?
Queen to f5.
I was reluctant only because I was thinking I'm going after a weakness on b3, but I'm also simultaneously.
Right, queen takes, pawn takes.
Rook.
If knight e3, just...
Fortunately, none of this happened.
It didn't happen.
Bishop f8.
Bishop
He'll
f8.
just take, yeah.
Okay, so knight e3. Now I'm not so sure, because if the knight gets to d5...
Yeah, there's some counterplay coming now from white side.
Yeah, I'm not just a punching bag anymore. I mean...
Yes.
Okay. Well, we're going to keep this one on hold as another one of our
Magnus
tournament
in
leaders.
Trouble.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Magnus in trouble,
Did he miss something?
Okay. Sorry, apologies. I just want to see how we got here.
Well, both players have very little time on the clocks. This knight g6 was a mistake. He missed queen f3.
Ooh, queen x. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, dear.
In between moves threatening mate in one.
Mate in one will get your attention. Rook e1, a mate.
So knight e7 was played. And now Alireza is thinking he hasn't even taken it yet. He can play king f7, I guess. But he took now, rook d8 check.
I think Magnus is now looking at bailout. He's trying to get it.
Yes, but he's down a pawn, right? So if black now plays immediately king f7, which was much better than what he did.
He traded, because now Magnus is going to go queen to d5 and immediately get into a rook ending, which he can draw. He's going to play rook check, and he's...
I don't think he's in trouble anymore.
Wow. And Magnus is looking up. He's like, okay, I just dodged a bullet. You know, like that was not my finest moment.
Isn't there still a bit of... Okay, we understand, like, Magnus is, like, technician of all times and so, but still, like, h5, you know, king h6.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's a pawn down. I mean, he's still going to have to suffer.
The names are reversed. Imagine Magnus Carlsen is playing this one with black. We'd be telling people that, okay, here's an extra pawn, and then he'll probably grind it out.
No, not at all. We would be...
Yeah, this will still be a long game, but
okay,
compared to what could have happened, Magnus is very happy now.
Exactly. Just want to make sure about Fabi. They did not make a draw.
There's no repetition.
There was no repetition.
Yeah, this
I'm really
game will last
shocked.
for a while. Let's switch to Fabi's game against Prague.
Okay, and again, we knew coming in that both of these players would be seeking victory.
I see Fabi has 12 seconds.
12 seconds. Oh my goodness.
Pieces are just all over the board. So many things are hanging. What's going on?
I don't know.
Is he up in exchange now?
No.
No.
He's up a pawn.
Up a pawn.
It's easy for me to calculate because it's... No. The f1 is hanging, so... Oh, those tricky knight moves. If you go rook e8, you're walking into knight c7.
So he needs to play rook c8 now.
Rook c8, I'm going to move this rook to d1.
Yes, and it should be equal, but it's 5 seconds for Prague. Wow.
5 seconds?
3, yes, he played
rook
3
c8,
seconds.
rook e1. Okay, just getting out of the discovered attacks.
So black's down a pawn, but they have very active pieces. Can he maintain these active pieces now?
Okay, so I would probably play knight
You want to
f4.
trade something, right?
It's the funny, I'm a pawn up, and I don't want to go into two bishops versus bishop and knight because I think that's a draw. So I'd probably play what?
Bishop d5, I like this
knight
move.
c5. I was about to suggest knight e4. Okay, bishop to d5. Should I play knight to d2?
Knight g5 is also playable, but you don't want to trade, so... Yeah, knight d2, but then maybe knight d4.
Oh, then
and I can force trades.
You did that very, very well. Knight d4.
It's played, yeah.
Knight d2. Both players
just playing with 10-second increment, yes. Knight d7.
That is a A bold move. Knight C2. No. Sorry. Knight
It
F6
looks scary,
comes with
right?
check.
Knight f3. I think he took this simplest way out. Now it's opposite color, bishop endgame.
Wow.
With the rook still on the board, but black should be fine.
Yes, black should be fine. Miro, where's the action?
Not much action left. Well, the best bet would be
What about
Giri's
Duda?
game against Duda.
Okay, let's go there. Again, 4 players are tied for first coming into this round.
Okay, this still looks very good for black, no?
Well, bishops of opposite
Yes,
colors.
but we have queens and some attack going on.
H4 is hanging, queen G4.
Wait, queen b2 right now?
Queen B2, queen G4.
f5.
Oh,
Duda sees it.
bishop
Duda sees it.
F6 check.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, but
Come on.
that's what computer reckons is the best line. It
Really?
actually gives black the advantage. And
In the bishops of opposite color position. Queen
Yeah.
to G4.
if you don't go queen G4, you're just lost.
There's checkmate threat.
Right.
F5.
F5.
Attacking the queen. Don't give up checkmate. Bishop
but
F6, discover
Bishop
check.
F6, and you capture, and bishop B2, and I imagine you go something
G3?
along the lines of G3, and then trying to get to the B3 pawn fast. I'm not even sure. Yeah.
What the heck?
Actually, g2 pawn is really bad, so white king will never be active.
Well, can I
He played queen f1. Now, by the way, this game ended
draw?
in a draw.
He played queen F1?
Anish
Queen
made a mistake.
F1.
Now Duda's winning.
And then black is just winning. You return to, if you can get the position on the board.
I have.
Yeah.
This is the game between Anish, Giri. These two have made a draw. Not a result either player needed. But the problem is,
How do you stop the b pawn?
that's the problem. Queen C2 freezes your queen to the defense of G2, and
This is just game over.
it's the B
I
train.
guess he has to sacrifice bishop f6 and Zag, but we don't even have enough pawns.
No.
Yeah.
The only thing I can imagine is I could play bishop F6 and what?
Bishop F2.
What did he come up with? So after b3,
I guess he's going to say
he
I
wants
can
to
move.
do some checks, maybe?
Yeah, I can move my queen.
It's like such a cynical way. Queen E1 and queen E4 for black.
Oh.
Just stop everything.
The bishop is cut off.
Wow. Well, this is an impressive victory, impressive play by Duda, and Anish is shaking his head as he's recognizing that queen takes G2, checkmate, B2, and it's a coronation. Anish had to resign. But it was a very nice game right out of the opening. Duda seemed to
He got the
understand.
initiative.
He understood the resulting position, which was a very difficult position to understand. But back to Magnus. Over to you, Miro, as Magnus is a pawn down and he's trying to save himself. Is he doing it?
Only game left, right?
Is that our last game? Yeah. Wesley.
Ooh. I like what Firouzja has done if you pull up his game on the king side. And how did the king make it all the way to c4?
Well, we've been talking
Does he
about
have some chances now?
Magnus's remarkable technical skills.
I see the Valbar, he's losing now.
Wow.
After his last move, engine says black is winning.
Check. Rook.
Yeah, right now, I don't know how. Maybe king d3?
King to d3. Well, it looks like Alireza is just going after the a pawn now, right? Rook.
Rook G2.
Rook G2 first.
Rook G2 and just collect the G pawn.
Magnus looks
Oh, king
angry.
rook f2.
Just Magnus looks
yeah.
like, what the heck? I think he just kind of like fell
He's in
asleep.
disbelief right now. How did I let this happen?
Truly. Well, king f4 is forced. You don't want to lose the
he's still losing it,
base.
though.
So you will. Yeah.
Rook f.
Rook f2, rook f3?
Okay, let's go. Rook f2. Oh, king e4.
I can even include f5 check.
That's what I'm afraid.
Yes.
He's done it. Now, rook f3, I think, is your intention.
But then you can go maybe rook h8 or rook b5.
Rook b5.
Or rook b5, does f5 still work? Who knows?
f5 still works, right?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
But you would have rook h8 instead.
Yes, I agree with you.
So Alireza should...
Rook f3, rook h8.
Okay, Engine says now he missed it. After rook h8, Magnus is back.
Rook f3 was wrong?
Yes. And
he's
of course,
done it.
Has found it.
But rook f3 was the most natural move in the position.
I know, hard to argue with that.
My goodness.
And now it says draw again.
f5 check instead of rook f3. VAR is saying that was the missed win.
Yes.
Clock times, I'm sorry.
Oh, they're both just playing on increment. Magnus has over a minute, but Firouzja down to 10 seconds.
Gotcha.
Now rook takes
Down to
a5.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
So rook back to f3. I'm thinking in Firouzja's mind, he thinks he's still winning because he's got f5 check and g3 on his agenda. Why isn't he still winning?
Shocking that he's not winning. Rook a5 is the best move here.
Taking a pawn. Who would have thought? Rook a5.
And after f5, just play... Oh no, rook h8 is mistake. Now
Okay.
Firouzja's winning again. But he needs to play rook f1. Only winning move.
Rook f1. I thought f5 is the most natural move in the position.
Nope.
You could not resist yourself playing f5. Come on.
It's a very difficult endgame to play accurately,
Totally.
especially with no time.
But can't I just go over here and collect the pawn? No, he
For
didn't.
some reason, it's not winning.
King b4, h5, king a4. When you play h6, I'll then go rook h3.
This is so hard to understand. After rook g8, it says it's triple zeros.
Rook g8.
So
triples.
f4, right?
f4, h5.
h5. The pawn does run pretty fast.
Truly. Okay, well, you got to do it. h5, you got to play rook f2 or rook f1.
Rook f2 played.
You got to play king b4.
King b4. Oh,
No,
he's
why
taken f4. Yeah, I think now it's...
You could have had the pawn on 8. Okay, I don't know. I thought you were going to play king b4, pick up the a pawn.
Okay, g6. Now rook g3, and is this an easy draw? If our king comes over quickly enough, but it
I
will
think
be cut
it will
off,
be.
right?
No, I think it's a easy draw. Rook g3.
Can black include like rook e6 and...
No,
No, you have
because
to
you
take
still
the pawn
have to
first.
take the a pawn. I'll get king f5. So we're looking at rook takes g3. We're looking at king b4, and then we're just thinking to bring the king, streaking back to the a file.
Miro, join us in this discussion. What do you think?
Yeah, well, it should be relatively easy draw. What's remarkable, king g3 is also a draw.
Really?
Yeah,
Moving
like
away.
you're doing kind of moving away, but the thing is, king b3, king f2, like even if you were to lose the a4 pawn, the check's on the side. And then normally the king should be hiding behind the pawn, but that's a rook pawn, so you cannot go to whatever the row it would be. There is no past a row. Yeah.
So the idea is Magnus, he just wants to bring his king as quickly as he can to the a file, king to d2. You saw him play that move with alacrity.
Yeah, Magnus is confident now. He knows this is a draw.
And if you try to cut off the king, then immediately rook to c3.
Yeah, they've
and
traded.
the players are...
He'll stalemate, Magnus.
No.
Yes. No. Quite the game with both players missing opportunities. I think Magnus had an advantage earlier, but when he blundered, queen takes f3, he's lucky he didn't lose.
He really dodged the bullet, yeah.
He really, really did. And Magnus is shaking his head. He knows. You know you get lucky.
What a strange round. We had 2 wins with the black pieces.
Remarkable, but let's send it to Zagreb and Cristian for insights.
Huge missed opportunity indeed, as you guys just painted out by Alireza, Firouzja, and in particular at this moment after king to e5, he was doing all the right things. He was putting a lot of pressure on Magnus. And Magnus, he made a mistake at this point. What he had to do was to play king to d3, avoid the check that's coming on c3 with rook to c3. He played the move rook to a8, a very natural move as well, because you're looking at ideas of capturing the black pawns. You understand that this rook is going to get to the g3 pawn, but in the meantime, what you're trying to do is get the h5 pawn as well. This was Magnus's idea. Alireza played the move rook to c3, king to f2, and king to e4, allowing rook takes a5. You cannot do this. You cannot play the move rook to a5, because after rook to c2, the king invades. For example, king to f3, king to f1, king to f3. Rook takes h5 is a simple checkmate in one move with rook to c1. And if you take the pawn on f6, well, unfortunately, you lose the pawn on h4. I have connected passed pawns. Your a pawn doesn't really matter in the position as white. This is a simple win for Alireza. Now, he played the move rook to e8, Magnus that is, king to f5, the right move by the king, rook to a8, and at this point what he had to do was give the check on c2. Keep the king on f5 close to the pawn on h5, king to e3. Now I go behind the pawn on g3 to capture that pawn on g3. You take it with a check, and then I hide. I tuck the king on g6, defending the pawn on h5 at the same time. You will lose the pawn on g3 after king to f4, rook to f2, king to e4, rook to f3. I pick up the pawn on g3. I have connected passed pawns, and then I'm going to simply win this one. Keep the king on g6. This was the missed opportunity for Alireza. Another missed opportunity, and this was a much more difficult one to see, I have to say. Fabiano Caruana versus Praggnanandhaa. At this point, after e takes d4, Fabi played the move rook to b1. The best move in the position, and it's not easy to see. It's such a deep idea, was bishop to f4. I'm sure he cancelled this move in his mind because of the move bishop to h3. You take my rook on b8, I take your rook on f1, and we go about our day. But the idea was rook to b1, I force the queen on a2, and this is a bad square for the queen. I'm not touching your rook on b8. I play the simple knight to d6. The idea being that if you move the knight at any point, now the rook attacks the knight on b6. If you move the knight at any point, you just simply lose the queen after bishop to c4. So this was a missed opportunity. After bishop f4, Fabiano would have had a winning position. After what he played in the game, he did not. So definitely some missed opportunities along the way, but still very, and plenty of exciting chess. Back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Christian. Nice tactic there with knight d6. We've reached that stage of our broadcast where we have to take a look at the standings.
Let's have a look at the updated standings after round 4. Now we have two co-leaders, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda and Gukesh with 6 points, and only 2 players behind them, Magnus, Carlsen and Wesley So with 5.
2 big wins there by Jan and Gukesh. Now we've reached that stage in our broadcast where we can check in with our friends at Q Boutique and ask them what's up. Simple, classic, and effortlessly versatile. This long sleeve unisex denim shirt is designed for everyday wear, crafted from durable mid-weight cotton denim. The shirt balances structure with comfort, offering a modern take on a timeless staple. It is available at qboutiquestl.com for all your chess shopping needs.
Well, we have the Stomp the Commentator segment now.
Okay,
let's see what the question
ready.
is. Which Grand Chess Tour event had the highest YouTube peak viewership without Magnus Carlsen competing? It's a very trick question.
Right. I'm going to go with the Sinkville Cup.
I'm going to go with
C?
With A.
We've left you with me.
Well,
somebody's got to be right.
I
Miro.
gotta take the other one. You see.
Yeah, exactly.
Because my guess would be A. Like, you know, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? The B correlates with C. These are 2 tournaments back to back. So if anything to be different, it must be A.
We'll find out the answer after the break. And as we go to break, Anastasiya sat down with Gukesh. Enjoy, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to Zagreb, Gukesh. What kind of mindset are you bringing to this tournament?
The same mindset, I guess, just to give my 100% in every game and hope for the best. Yeah, it's my first Rapid and Blitz event in this year, so there are some mental adjustments from classical to the faster time controls, which hopefully I will be able to do.
How important is it to show a good score on the first day of the event?
Yeah, it's always nice to start a tournament well, because it's not only puts you up on the scoreboard, but also for your mental confidence or like your mental well-being. It's good to start well, because then you get into the rhythm, you just start playing with the flow. So yeah, it's quite important.
What do you think about the field this year, and whom are you looking forward to play against?
Yeah, as usual, all the top players, or most of them, are here in Grandchester, and yeah, I guess playing against Magnus, especially in any format, is always special. So that's one game that I will be looking forward to.
Garry Kasparov joked in Twitter that it's better to bring extra heavy tables to Zagreb this time. And of course, everybody was following Norway chess drama. And I was just wondering, how was it in India? How much attention chess got after what happened there in Norway chess? And did you feel any difference when you came back to India?
Yeah, for sure. Chess is getting a lot more popularity in India and hopefully throughout the world. But especially in India, there's been a lot of developments, a lot of kids taking up the sport, a lot of attention revolving around chess. Especially after Norway, it wasn't much different when I went back to India. It was pretty much the same. But yeah, I did see the kind of memes and everything going around that game, which, yeah, for spectators, it's also nice to see such emotions showed on the chessboard, because it's usually chess players are usually I don't show so much. So I think that's also kind of why recently the attention has been growing, because chess players are, I think, getting a bit more expressive and open, and emotions are overflowing. But
why do you think it happens? Why chess players became more expressive?
I don't know, but I think it's also because the popularity of streamers like Hikaru, Gotham Chess maybe, and all these people who are in general expressive when they play online. People see that and they get influenced, I guess.
What specific goals have you set for yourself this year, like long-term goals or short-term goals?
Overall, I think, yeah, it was the same, just keep giving 100% in every game that I play, and yeah, try to win any tournament that I'm playing. So yeah, it's the same, just giving my best.
What are you currently working on your chess? Any particular areas you are trying to strengthen?
Yeah, certainly last year's Rapid and Blitz was not great. I didn't play much, but whatever I played was not great. So this year, I guess, in the Rapid and Blitz tournaments to improve my score, and also to classical, to keep going higher. And yeah, in general, I believe in pure chess terms, there's still a lot that I can improve. So yeah, to keep working on it.
You decided to withdraw this year from the freestyle Las Vegas event, which will be coming after this one. Was it kind of a strategic choice?
In general, it was kind of mentally hard for me to take freestyle as seriously as classical or this year Rapid and Blitz. In general, the calendar is pretty full, and I thought to just give myself a bit more time to focus on other areas. And freestyle is something, it's great for chess. It's very good that it coexists along classical and Rapid and Blitz. But for me, I just feel like right now it's not the time for me to focus on it.
Your colleague Praggnanandhaa had a very good run recently. He won this tournament in Uzbekistan. Are you following his results, and is it some kind of a motivation for you also to improve your results? How important is this to be the number one in India?
Yeah, for sure. Prag has been doing really well this year. I think from the start he has been playing pretty much in every tournament he's been playing well. And it's only normal that it happens, because the last year he had a very bad year, and in general, after a bad year comes a good year. I have this belief. So also he might have been more inspired to see how me and Arjun performed in 2024. So it's a constant cycle. If one player does something, achieves something, it inspires the other players. And Prag performing like this surely motivates me to work harder.
Gukesh, I was wondering, what is something special you learned after all these years competing in the chess world?
Yeah, I've learned that when my back is against the wall, I do everything I can. I've noticed even in not only in chess, but even if I'm playing some other sport, if I'm down by a match point or something in tennis. I don't play too well, but I still manage to give my 100% when my back is against the wall. So, yeah, maybe that is one.
Gukesh, thank you so much for your time and all the best of luck for you in the tournament.
Thanks.
When you come to Croatia, you have to bring your compass with you.
You have to visit our national parks.
You have to climb the highest peaks.
And ride the wildest winds.
You will never walk alone on these hiking trails.
You have to raft here.
Fly there.
Cycle everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of adventures, full of life.
10 years, one legacy. The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
When you come to Croatia, you have to bring your appetite with you.
And you have to taste our food.
You have to try the world's most awarded cheese.
And enjoy wine tasting in any of our wineries.
You have to surprise your taste buds with truffles.
You have to eat here.
Drink there.
Enjoy everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of flavors, full of life.
Welcome back, everyone, to our show. Let's take a look at our current standings after round 5. Now, things have changed up. We have 2 leaders, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Gukesh, after their beautiful wins. And then 2 players behind them, Magnus, Carlsen, and Wesley. And even Saric is the only player at 50%.
Having drawn all of his games. Tell us about the pairings for this round 5 coming up.
Let's see what to expect. Wesley is playing Nodirbek. Jan-Krzysztof is playing against Ivan Saric. Alireza facing Anish, Giri. Prag against Magnus Carlsen, and I think our key matchup will be Gukesh against Fabiano Caruana.
Absolutely. And in the round that we just saw, we had a very disgruntled, I want to say, Magnus Carlsen as he stalked off the stage. It's like, what am I doing? Grown.
Yet he's happy that he survived, though, because in that endgame he could have lost.
Yeah, but he put such great pressure on himself, right? He's just so darn good.
Yeah.
He does not like messing up even in the slightest. And he knew that was a big one.
Of course. Should we find out the answer to our question?
I've already shared the answer. I am prepared to accept the prize.
Let's have a
What was the question?
Which Grand Chess Tour event had the highest YouTube peak viewership without Magnus Carlsen competing?
I chose C.
I went with A, Miro went with B, and who is right?
Thank you very much.
Miro's right.
Yeah.
We forced him. All of you were wrong. I had no choice.
Ranks number 15 as the all-time.
This was during live viewership. Yeah.
Right.
Because afterwards it reaches over 100,000 views.
Yeah, because always the time zone differences, people going to sleep, waking up, But that's nice. That's something I'm about to forget. In case they want to use that one again, I won't know the answer. Round 5 coming up, and you know, we were just having this conversation. What's going to be our marquee matchup? What is a game that we want to focus on? If you had listened to Cristian at the start of the show yesterday, he would have told you Prague is the man.
The player to watch, yeah.
He's in 2025 as Prague's year. And you would think Prague and Magnus would be our marquee matchup, but people
That'll be our backup.
yeah, that will be our backup. Gukesh versus Fabi. And why did you like Gukesh versus Fabi?
Well,
Miro?
Gukesh versus Fabi. Well, Fabi was
hat trick.
Hat trick for Gukesh. Obviously, a world champion starting with a loss, and yet he's leading the tournament,
Right.
which happened with Tal a lot. Mikhail Tal was known for losing game 1. Right, and Fabi, I'm still kind of keen to see him winning a game, and then because he plays well. Even
He
the
does.
previous game, it was super complex. He's done very well, and then he misses this final touch.
He needs to catch his momentum.
Yeah. By the way, if you don't mind me being critical of Fabi for just a moment, he just played a game where he has 25 minutes at the start, and after 12 minutes, he was under 12 moves. He was under 5 minutes.
Both players were those.
Yeah,
I think he was just
time
following his
management
opponent.
was kind of terrible.
Not great, yes.
Yeah, Fabi, though, he's one of those players who tries to play the best moves, right? He's not very practical in this regard. Like, I'll play a reasonable move quickly. It's not Fabi.
By the way, I'm going to bring up the game of Gukesh and Fabi. Is this a new trend, or is it
Everyone's playing
Knight F3, G3? Magnus is a trendsetter.
Of course
here.
he is, yes.
Now, we've seen C7, C5. Miro, if I could ask you, what's the second most popular move, or pardon me, what's the most popular move on move 2 for black in this exact position? Is it Knight F6? Is it C5 as we just saw Alireza play?
Or is it E6?
C5 by far not the most popular.
Not.
Knight to F6, yeah. People thought that you take a cent and then develop the knight.
Right.
So Knight F6, C6 is the second most popular.
And by the way, instead of Knight F6, how does Bishop G4 rank in terms of move 2 popularity? Yes.
You're asking the tough questions, yes.
Number 4.
Number 4.
Number 4.
Because that used to be a go-to move of mine.
Yeah.
In these
G6 is very strong on move 2. If we come to this like opening discussions, G6 is very strong on move 2 because after Bishop G2, Bishop G7, black is about to take a center.
Right.
You cannot allow that, so you go D4 and you have this very, very solid symmetrical Grundfeld setup.
Exactly.
So that's one of the ways to like quickly equalize with black.
And here we see Gukesh and Fabi move very, very quickly.
D3, not D4. Yes,
Yes.
Magnus is a trendsetter. He played this yesterday and today, and Gukesh is also
Are we
following
about to see
his
E2,
footsteps.
E3, and kind of a... It's not a
Just up D4,
Benoni.
right?
Yeah, it's not a Benoni, reverse Benoni. But after C7, C5, Miro, just give us the statistical breakdown. How many thousands of games are we in?
Not thousands, to be honest. 740, 50. But
you need a better database.
If I may say, there might be, these games might not be that relevant because something has changed in this position. So now, for instance, well, after Bishop B2, B4, Bishop B2, after B3, like one of the moves that modern engines recommend is D4, which would never cross your mind because you know you're getting a Benoni setup and then you a tempo down because it colors reversed and potentially you the other tempo down because you played E6 and E5.
Right.
So you would think white has like a fantastic game and computer says, you know what, it's still a Benoni, it's still a bad structure for white. So a lot of stuff has changed like evaluation-wise. Right, so C5, and again, back in the day, you would consider, oh, let's just castle, D4 is not dangerous. No, now white prefer to take, knight takes, knight C3. Let me check if this is, that's far less popular. Knight to C3, nothing too impressive. 33 games, I imagine positions already roughly equal. Yeah, bishop f6 potentially, you challenge white's dominance on the dark square long diagonal.
By the way, you're about to eat your words. Knight c6, h4. Knight c6,
Play fast.
h4.
Let me get back to okay. Knight to c6, h4. So no castling in here.
No
castling in here. Yeah, that's a different story. I'm not saying it's a great move and white has the advantage, but that's the way to keep the game original.
Right. By the way, this was. Don't ask me why I was a kid. Somebody gifted me a book of games of Frank Marshall. And he was really, really famous for, just tossing this H-pawn out there so he could go knight G5 and let you take the knight, and open up the H-file. Frank Marshall liked attacking.
I think it was AlphaZero that popularized just playing H4, H5, H6 in every opening.
Exactly. Now, if you're Fabi and you're sitting there, okay, I need to win. I'm playing a guy who's really hot, won his last 3 games. Are you thinking, I should encourage? How could I encourage my opponent to continue?
Maybe play H6.
But wouldn't I play bishop f6 and say, come get me? Keep throwing the patties.
Bishop f6, apparently.
Knight g5.
White's not planning to push the pawn. It's some knight g5 is what white wants to do.
Right.
So knight g5 and then, in some rare cases, maybe even sacrifice on h7. I don't know, but going to e4 is a thing. And of course, it has to be mentioned that this, although doesn't lose for black, but you can pick that this can be dangerous.
Right.
However, next move computer recommends, I wouldn't get personally, so it's queen to c1.
It wants to take on c5.
Yeah, I guess knight d5, queen c5 is the idea. If knight c3, I imagine queen takes c3, and again, white is getting a very strong initiative, right? So,
rook h5 is
rook h5 is it, right? Absolutely.
That's nice.
Nice. Okay.
We should check
Nazi?
how the other leader is doing, Jan-Krzysztof against Ivan Saric. We have a Sicilian here, very sharp Sicilian at that. Did it start as Najdorf? Yes, it was Najdorf.
Poison pawn Najdorf and the move knight b3, sidestepping. It's funny. If you really want to play the poison pawn, one of the things that I saw a lot of the players do is they toss in h6, queen b6, so you can't play knight b3 because there is actually a peshki on f4. This did not happen, I want to say, as queen b6, knight d7. It's so... These days to see a mainline bishop g5 Najdorf is so rare. I just want to enjoy the position for a moment.
Me too.
I don't even know what the theoretical pronouncements these days are.
I'm glad that the players feel more comfortable playing these sharp openings in Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah.
And taking huge risks.
Yeah. They just throw caution to the wind.
I think this is already a new position, right?
Absolutely. That's to my surprise, because at some point, I just stopped trying to make sense of bishop g5 knight.
Of course.
Some people play it, some people know it. If you don't play, it's impossible to study. That was my belief. Right, so I would think if you tell me there is a position like that, so white castle long, white attacking on a king side, and it's only 14 moves played.
Right.
My estimate would be, 500 games at the very least.
Right.
And it turns out, knight b3 is already a bit rare.
Yes.
Right? Queen to c7, not the most popular. They do h6 and this and that. Anyway, after g4, it's only 3 games.
3?
Only 3. Yeah, okay, let me double check. It's 3 games.
I would have lost a big
b5,
wager.
h6, and g5. So h6 was seen. And rook g1, nobody played. So rook g1 is theoretically a new move, even though it's not a stunning, out-of-this-world novelty. The rook defends the pawn on g4, supports g5. g5, h4, knight to d7. All right. And we are getting to this, I want to say, typical conflict in these ideas with g5, that if you somehow exchange the f-pawn or move it forward, black's going to have a fantastic square on e5.
Right.
say HG, AG, F5, knight E5.
It's
Well, looks
more or less
very pleasant
dream.
for black.
Yeah.
It looks very pleasant for black.
Yeah.
Can white do something about it? I'm not so sure.
I'm used to seeing E5.
Yes, can you try E5?
Yeah, fair enough. E5, if black is naive to take it, then
we
you
can take on G5.
You can go F5, you can take
twice on G5.
G5 twice, yeah, and then
Knight
the square
can come D4.
for the knight and so on. Yes.
And then the shoe's on the other foot.
Absolutely, but E5, D5.
Right.
And then F4 is undermined and E5 is weak. And I'm thinking, like, we have certain perception of positions like this, but normally it's with kind of correlated pieces being on the board. So white typically has the dark square bishop. Black typically has the other knight somewhere.
Right.
Right. So it's a little bit different. Like all those positions, like white not having the dark square bishop. Let's say black gets to put the knight on E5 and you don't have the dark square bishop. You're not happy with white, right?
Right.
Okay, so again, and I don't think it makes much sense to look at the compute evaluation here unless it's -3 or +3, I mean, one side winning, the other winning. Yeah. It leans towards black. Now it says equal, you know. But it is intriguing. It's a very sharp position.
Yeah.
Both players, just to speak about their tournament success for a moment, Duda coming off a very big win in round 4 as he's tied for the lead. But Ivan Saric, the wild card, has acquitted himself remarkably well, drawn all of his games. And
very solid tournament so far.
But not, yeah. There's a number of games where he's actually impressed. I'm looking at this position, Nasi, and I'm looking at E5, right? D5. Let me just go just a bit.
Once.
Take once. Play F5, right?
Oh,
just,
immediately.
Yeah, just to have some fun. By the way, it's their pieces, not mine, that I want to...
You're willing to sacrifice.
I'm willing to sacrifice their pieces. Bishop here. And of course, I'm telegraphing what I want to do. I want to sacrifice on D5.
Yeah, I thought we could do this even without F5.
Okay.
Move before. Bishop G2 right now.
Bishop G2.
Because I was thinking if you take on F4, maybe Bishop D5 already works.
Exactly. I'm not touching that bishop. I'm probably still playing knight takes E5, right?
Then maybe Queen F4. Oh,
Ooh,
knight D3. Hello, St. Louis.
Too fast. That hurts. That is a discover check. You do not want to face it anytime in the early mornings.
I don't know.
Fun game in store for us here. Miro, I'm going to throw it to you and ask you where the action is.
Where the action? Well, anywhere you like. I'm guessing Gukesh Fabi once again.
Please.
Should we check some other games we haven't looked at yet?
Yeah, just wanted to show quickly how it develops. Unlike the Magnus's game we were talking, so it's absolutely different structure, right? So here, C5 captured with a knight, and after H4, knight F6, isn't it like admitting that it didn't work? Yeah, H4 and castle, in my understanding, do not look together well. Yeah, so he castled, E5, and here we are. Black has the control over center. Normally, if black can maintain these pawns, that's very good. Right. So for now, you were asking the question, how does Fabi win? By like playing good moves and preferably fast, considering his time troubles. Right. Very promising position, I believe, in terms of playing for a win. He's not yet better, but strategically complex. There's something that Fabi actually does very well, playing principled moves. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to turn our attention to the game between Pragg and Magnus for a moment because we have a very unexpected position on the board as Magnus kind of showing he's angry.
He wants to win.
Something has gone wrong, so he's doing a kingside fianchetto and surprisingly enough, transposed into a King's Indian
But still
defense.
surprised in move orders if you keep going. He still hasn't castled.
So this is like a same-ish, where we've committed our knight to E2, which isn't usually what we want. Now the move knight F6 to D7, what is the idea behind that? It's a twofold purpose. In this exact position, the bishop on G7 is passive.
Yes.
We would like to trade off dark squared bishops, and we're threatening to play the move bishop H6.
Oh, very nice.
Bishop H6, bishop takes H6, queen H4 check. So the idea behind the move knight d7 is to play bishop h6, but also to prepare the usual counter.
That's why Pragg played h4.
Exactly.
Stopping bishop h6.
And also stopping, if you will, f5. If you play f5, bishop g5 could be a little bit disconcerting. So h5.
Magnus still managed to get in bishop h6, but no.
At the cost of losing castling privileges. Okay, queen d2. Something tells me we might still be in theoretical waters, but they're shallow.
No, not really.
No
games.
No games.
Here. No games here. Let me find where was the last theoretical position. So this d5. I imagine a5 is not. Yeah. Now still some moves, some games after a5.
Right.
And what did we have? f3. 2 games after f3.
Only 2.
Only 2 games after f3, and nobody has played knight f7.
I mean, I think it's because of move order, right? If we castle, it will definitely transpose into some...
Yeah, like if you castle bishop e3, all of a sudden you're like one of the main lines of Semish King's Indian.
Right.
Yeah. So knight a6 is what people tried.
Right.
And if you only think about going to c5, it makes much more sense to go with the other knight, right? But this knight d7, precisely with the idea that Yasser mentioned.
Yeah.
Bishop h6, and especially if you're like naive with white and you go bishop e3, thank you very much for feeding me another tempo.
Right.
You've played bishop e3 and now you will capture. So yeah, all that makes sense, but no games after knight fd7.
We do have a fight over the c5 square, and Pragg has castled queenside. He's committed himself. Normally speaking, white is trying to play b3, king b2, a3, and very, very, very slowly he works up the strength, the energy to play b4. In the meanwhile, I noticed that Magnus, with the move bishop d7, is kind of telegraphing the fact he's abandoning the idea of playing f5. Normally speaking, you would be playing king g7, king f8, king g7, and prepping f5.
I was like, why not castle? I forgot the rook already moved.
Here's the thing. It's an illegal move, right? But if I don't call you on it, and we play for like 3 moves, I think the idea is
3 moves?
3 moves. Then it becomes legal, like, okay, and the DGT board, crashes. But okay, your quick take. Who's happy out of this opening?
I think Magnus is happy because he got the type of position he wanted.
Which was?
The King's Indian setup where he can, it's going to be a long game, where eventually he'll try to break through somewhere.
I think in some ways he's happy because he came into this game in an incredibly belligerent mood, and he hasn't gotten a bad position despite his belligerence. He saved.
Absolutely. You're on tilt and you are starting with 1 g6.
Yes.
So after 15 moves having an equal position is a good result.
Correct.
Outcome of this one.
That was the answer I was looking for. All right, where would you like to lead us, Nazi?
Should we check how Alireza is doing?
Yes. I think Alireza is actually a little upset that he let a Magnus Carlsen slip away. And for Anish Giri, he's got to be a little bit careful because he just lost a tough game as white against Duda. And he just played the move e6, e5. I must confess, that is not a move that would have readily come to my mind. I was thinking that black was about to play b6 and bishop to b7, maybe prepping for c5, but e5, Verrassing, surprise.
I guess he's willingly going into the isolated pawn.
After takes on e5, knight takes e5, takes on d5. Are we trading a pair of knights?
Maybe takes with the knight, yes.
Okay.
Because white knight is not too happy on d2. It has to spend some time coming back.
Probably, did
B3,
you say coming back? b3, f3?
b3 probably.
Okay. And just tickling.
Bishop e6.
Okay, I'll fall for it. Black wants to play knight c4, and we do the players are getting to the position.
Yeah, they're following this line so far.
Now, will Anish play knight takes d5? I would say...
I say the eval bar says it's just equal.
Eval.
Yeah, I think black has
Yeah.
very active pieces, so it makes up for the isolated pawn.
I think that's a fair assessment as well.
One more
Gukesh
game.
family,
Only
Wesley?
game we haven't checked is Wesley. Let's catch up with the players.
Okay, so Joko Piano. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, seriously, I've been taught for 50 years, revealing my age. Did you like that? That you don't play the move knight f1 because of the move knight a5, and your bishop gets trapped. So I've been taught that you always, always, always play bishop to b3 to avoid precisely what happened.
Maybe he forgot.
Yeah, that would be crazy, Wesley. So forgetting in a Joko Piano.
But he's a master of Joko Piano.
And somehow White is doing just fine. I don't get this, Miro. That allowing knight a5, isn't that like verboten? Isn't that we're taught this is naughty?
That's exactly what we were taught.
Yeah.
However, 30 games in a database, if I'm not mistaken, I've seen Anish Giri doing something very similar. And you can never be sure until you check, because all of those positions, they're very similar, like h3, h6 included or not, and so on and so on. But yeah, it does happen that nowadays people play knight f1, and believe it or not, but these are, say, the position we have with c4, bishop e6, bishop f2. It's no longer e4 opening. It looks like some sort of English Sicilian.
King's Indian defense.
Never mind Sicilian. Yeah, King's Indian. Even though it might have some Maroczy vibes as well.
Philidor. Philidor with e5 takes d4.
Yeah. Right, yeah. Anyway, so the structure is potentially quite explosive, I want to say. So say, White's going to go knight d5, and doesn't matter how you capture. Bishop takes, like you can make an argument for c takes d5, e takes d5. White can, I mean, if you give me time, g4, f4, f5, push them maybe on the king side. So, yeah, rook e2. White's very solid, and again, even though black is not in danger of immediate collapse, remember something that I like to talk a lot, like the counterplay in terms of pawn pushes.
Yes.
Where do you have your pawn break here
Right.
with black? It has to be f5, but it's very hard to prepare. And even if you go with f5, it's not like, it doesn't solve all your problems. So I reckon White is better simply because he can wait. So it's kind of, you can play the longer game. You have more useful moves, and black at some point will just run out of constructive ideas.
And thank you, Miro. And Ben Underwood, our statistician, he likes to give us all kinds of possibilities and probabilities. Let's take a look at this graphic that he preferred as winning probabilities.
With white pieces.
Okay. And Duda...
This includes all GCT games, so all past GCT games in the Rapid.
Right. Duda
and Magnus
are right there.
Duda has more white wins than Magnus. Impressive.
Impressive. And Anish Giri is noted as a drawing player, right? He draws with white.
Well, I think we have a separate graph for draws with white. And look at Anish go.
Anish won that. That was quite the race, and he just came out of the right lane.
It's actually surprising Firouzja's second.
And how about with the black?
Yeah, let's say winning with black, which is quite rare. Of course, Magnus, wow.
Wow.
Not rare for him.
Quite rare for everyone else.
Gukesh, Wesley, Prague.
Wow, Nodirbek hasn't won with the black pieces yet.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Identify the weakness.
Let's say a draw with black. Anish wins again. No? Where is Anish? No, he doesn't
yellow.
win. I just assumed he would. Firouzja and Wesley are tied.
Okay, Wesley I would have guessed. Firouzja would not have been in that.
Wesley's not surprising, yes.
Yeah.
And Anish is in top 3 still.
I'm still stunned by Nodirbek not winning a single game with black.
Well, he hasn't played too many GCT events yet.
Okay. That's
Let's check back with Gukesh and Fabi. Looks like opening didn't go too well for Gukesh.
Oh, right. When we left it, it looked like a kind of one of those reverse.
I think Miro wants to
Really?
show
Oh,
us
please.
something.
I want to shout. I want to shout.
please.
Take the pawn. Take the pawn.
Yes.
Hanging.
So it is on the board. Fabi is thinking, and it is a possibility to take the pawn on h4. And I would say sacrifice the bishop, but it's more or less obvious this bishop cannot be taken because queen h2, you just don't stop it. Yes, I'm not sure. I want to check a couple of moves back because after, say, bishop d3, rook c8. Knight d2 is the move that computer indicates is a bad one. And I'm wondering, what was such a problem? Knight c4, knight g4, and here? Does it mean you cannot stop bishop h4? Because last white's move e3 is not even criticized by the computer. And then it says, you know what, I changed my mind. Black is better after bishop takes h4. So apparently white has bishop d5, a tactical kind of counter trick.
Not obvious, by the way.
Yeah, not obvious. Queen takes g4, you win one of the bishops back. I imagine, okay, not win the bishop, but trade one of the bishops. Knight takes, queen takes, and possibly white has some compensation, but it's a pawn. You know, it's a pawn in a position where white does not have like a serious attack of any sorts. So Fabi should absolutely take this pawn. That's my final point.
And Fabi absolutely needing a win, and Gukesh coming off a hat trick. Clock times between these two?
They still have plenty of time, but
Plenty of time.
Fabi could, spoil the event for Gukesh right now.
Exactly.
And stop his winning streak.
Well, our tournament co-leader, Duda, let's jump in there and see what we have.
He played your move f5, which computer didn't approve. Now he's down a pawn, but, you know, it's a messy Sicilian, so...
Well, I mean, we've reached the point where we're kind of pot committed, aren't we? Bishop takes d5. Right? I mean,
there's a long castle. Might be unpleasant.
At what moment? Sorry.
Right now, bishop d5 and castle's long.
You don't take my bishop.
No.
Oh. Party pooper. Castle's long. Okay. Well, I have to move my bishop back. What am I blundering? I'm blundering a discovered attack. I get it, but. At least I'm not down. I'm not down material. I'm not that happy, but...
Yeah, I don't think we have an advantage. That knight on e5 is just gorgeous.
I can imagine this bishop coming to f6, knight coming to c4, and I'll have some issues. But I'm saying, as far as Duda is concerned, if he doesn't take on d5, after, for example, bishop d7...
Then he'll just be down a pawn
and,
for no compensation, yes.
And frankly, worse, knight c4, bishop f6, black has all the play and a pawn. Bishop takes d5 required, Miro, by Duda, and what does the engine say?
Well, you don't need me, Yasser. Everything what you said was correct. Bishop d5, white is pot committed here. If you don't take bishop d5, you might as well resign.
Right.
Castle long, extra pawn to bishops. Then, after bishop d5, indeed, black does not take. Captures here. And black is better.
Right.
Doesn't matter, because two bishops, because a finite, because one more tricky move that I wanted to point out after bishop e4, rook h2 is here. A sneaky little move, attacking. Like if you take, it's obviously knight d3. If you don't take, you say rook g2, then I'm sorry, I'll take this one.
What a pawn grabber.
So, rook h2 is a very annoying move because like your queen's attacked on the second row and you have to move the queen. You cannot kind of interpose anything. So you kind of have to go queen e1 and then black just goes king b8, slowly building up the position. Knight to c4, bishop f6. Black is just better.
Black's for choice, for sure.
Wow.
Fabi, I've been told, missed his chance.
He didn't take on
Let us see.
He didn't take on it.
He didn't take. He didn't take. I think deliberately he didn't take. He did play h5 after spending quite some time, by the way.
Oh, wow.
You know how hard it would be for him. Must take the pawn.
Yeah, so Fabi's down to less than 10 minutes. So what surprises me in this game, like first of all, Fabi committed so much time into this one and ended up not taking. But even before that, Gukesh didn't spend much time to reach this position where his h-pawn can be taken and he would have been worse. So h5, queen e2, black is still better according to the engine. Just like play reasonable moves, queen to d7. So this inclusion of h4, h5, it's not clear who benefits
Well,
more
the
from
knight,
it.
the
Right,
knight is on
for now, the
G4.
knight on G4 is nice. Yeah. The knight on G4 is nice. To kick away this knight would mean to play F2, F3, which looks terrible.
Yeah.
Even though Compi was mentioning that maybe you get rid of this bishop on G2
and then play F3
just to play F2, F3, right? Because the other knight is
and to win a pawn.
But
well, you would think so, but then black goes b5, and it turns into one absolute mess that we probably shouldn't analyze on air. But a very, very sharp position, that's what I'm saying.
I like Fabi's position with the knight on G4, but his time management's not great. He's down to 8 minutes against 18.
For me, that's always been a confidence thing. When I see players really using a lot of the clock, it just means that they're calculating and recalculating the same.
Doubting themselves.
They're doubting themselves. So it's a confidence thing. Right now, Fabi is not showing the elan that has brought him.
You need one win in the tournament to get that confidence back.
Yeah, to shake the rust. Let's jump to the game of Magnus, because he's playing with Prague, and both these players are really. They need a win, and Magnus is feeling a lot of pressure to win. So when we left it...
So he has managed some breakthrough on the king side.
Exactly. Well, the knight was sitting on d3, and I thought that Magnus had basically abandoned f7, f5. I was wrong. He did manage to get it in, and again, I was mentioning that king b2, a3, slowly. But now I like how... And very quickly, Magnus is just...
G5, all out.
G5. And...
This looks very passive.
This is not the way White, when he's playing f3, same-ish, plays for an aggressive attack. Nonetheless, how does Magnus...
Continue?
Yeah, to
Probably
increase the pressure.
Increase the pressure, but Miro's ready to tell us how much it was.
Yeah. As a big expert in using the chess engine, I can tell you what the strongest move is.
Please.
Well, anyway, f4, all of us agree, very tempting.
Right.
Like, make it a Keynesian structure, you don't have the silly bishop on g7, you have the pressure. But what's the follow-up? And then black goes c6, and I was trying to deconstruct, okay, c6 is not something out of this world, but why on earth computer gives c6 is much better than anything else? And then I go here, and I go here, and there is, there are some pieces on this diagonal, and apparently White cannot move them all.
And b3 also.
And defend this, and b3 also. Yes, so c6, and the threat, the powerful threat, is queen d8, queen b6.
That's hidden.
It's beautiful.
That's hidden, but also it's Magnus we are dealing with, and he's capable of spotting these things.
Wow.
So one of the words I use when Magnus beats something, I say outmaneuver.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he does most of the time.
So if you look at this position, black's queen is not really participating, so getting it to b6 is so strong.
Right. Because the second best move is queen d8.
Immediately
kind of telegraph.
Yeah, telegraph. You know what? The c pawn's going to move next move.
Yeah. Wow. That's easy to miss. There's what to say. That is remarkable.
Are there some other ideas
in
the position?
Like, it says king b8, it says bc, but it's like f4. You go for f4, c6, or anything else, which is pleasant for black, but basically, from what I can pick up, White is not against capturing on f5 and putting a knight on e4.
Right.
So that
F4
kind of cements your advantage in this regard. Yeah.
Could you just play a few moves for me? f4, queen c1, let's say.
Queen to c1.
Just I don't know why.
And we go c6 as a
and
promise.
Bishop to f1.
Bishop to f1 and queen to d8.
And queen to c2.
And queen to c2, and then it's c takes d5. Now it's already a choice, right? Because I would think, knight
I would
d5,
want to play knight takes d5.
And this goes to e6. The other
I get
one
a
goes
square,
to c5,
you get a square. Nice.
But black's two knights will have good
squares.
squares.
I think knights are getting there, and eventually black's going to trade the bishop.
Why did I put the bishop on f1? I wanted to play rook on, I wanted to release
rook h1.
my rook.
Okay, let's try rook h1 here. Knight d4,
Queen
goes to
C3.
d1, c1,
C3.
Knight C5.
c3.
Oh, sorry. A5 is not hanging.
Nothing is hanging. Getting to b3. And
Oh, no.
yeah, it's actually a very, very dangerous position.
So queen does.
So the moment black plays c6 and queen d8,
Yeah.
computer says it's more than a pawn for black advantage, like minus 1.2, minus
Fantastic.
1.3. So that means the position is not good.
Somewhere in Zagreb, one Gary Kasparov is smiling. The King's Indian defense not only is viable, it's good.
It is.
Wow.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
H4 though.
H4.
We were about to leave this game, but after H4, you know what the problem with H4 move? It can be taken. Rook takes H4, computer says, and white is better. And I'm yet to understand what's planned after H4. But Magnus is planning.
G2?
I'm guessing F4.
F4.
And to capture the pawn back. Or
This looks good for black. Why
But,
isn't
but,
it?
but,
Rook
but
G2, Rook
there's
G2, Rook G2. There's a check
Rook
on the last
H8.
rank. There is a
have
check
to
on the
play
last
bishop
rank. Bishop
E8.
E8
Bishop
and
E8.
Queen E1, and I guess Queen somewhere. To
Queen
Whoa,
H,
whoa,
Queen
whoa, whoa,
F1 or something.
whoa. There's Bishop F1.
There's Bishop F1 as well.
Because I was thinking
Bishop
about
F1.
a check.
Rook G7, check on H3, and you start, experience some unpleasant. Knight B5.
Knight
for
B5,
instance.
precisely.
And computer somehow still keeps it equal by offering a trade. Rook to H7, Rook to G7, but in comparison, we
To what he had.
all white pieces being locked in this corner. Yeah,
Right.
and now he just has to take. Just has to take. So it's quite a miss by Magnus, I have to say.
He's taken it.
He's
Rook H4 is
It's
on
done,
the board.
I think from
Yeah.
Prague's point of view,
Takes
when he was
H4.
looking at F4 and saying, well, I don't have any advantage. Now he's got some active pieces. That was a gift, H4.
It was.
I'm going to jump to the game between Duda and Saric because
They followed
players,
our line.
Bishop takes D5.
Long castle on the board.
Pot committed, and long castles on the board. Will we see Bishop E4, Rook H2? And in that case, once again, Ivan Saric, you could call him a local hero, but he's playing really, really well.
I'm sorry to interrupt you,
Please.
Yasser, but there's a breaking news in Gukesh Fabi's game. Fabi has made a really bad move, and suddenly now Gukesh is much better.
Whoa.
It's like, I see 2 question marks.
Okay,
Such
let's
a
go
normal
back.
move. Why is it so bad?
H5, Queen E2. We left it A6, Rook D1, B5, Knight D2, F5.
Everything
This is
looks
like
good.
I think this is what we call the 5 pawns
Gukesh has
attack.
played it. He found the best move, D4.
Okay, Knight F3, Bishop F6, D4.
And look at the Valber. White is winning.
Well, check this out. If you do anything like this, there's suddenly this sneak attack coming, and don't forget we've got that
the
as a
D4,
tempo.
you just don't expect. Most of black pieces are looking at the D4 square, so you don't expect that it would,
2,
it would
3,
still successfully be
4.
pushed.
I've
And
got
5. Don't forget the queen.
And the queen.
5 pieces.
Control the D4 square is what you're telling
Not
me.
enough, apparently.
Okay,
there is
and
no
the idea is if you take E4, I don't have to move the knight because that's a check. What I can do is I can play D5.
Yeah, Fabi played immediately E4 without taking on D4, but there's still D5, I believe.
Okay, just as, pardon me, no C, immediately E4. Pause. D5, yes?
And after E takes F, you just take back.
I think so. Although I'm still not 100% sure, but yeah, this looks right. I am threatening massively
Fabi's also entering time trouble. It's 4 minutes against 15. Wow. My pick. What is happening? But Gukesh, wow, this would be a 4th win in a row.
Wow.
Who can
Okay,
stop
so
world champ?
we say 3 wins in a row is a hat trick. 4 wins in a row is something, and 5 wins in a...
Yeah, it used to be called poker when it's 4 goals in one match in soccer football.
Poker?
Poker, yeah.
5 is the Olympic rings.
All right.
But 3-0 for Gukesh. He's on a roll, and did he play d5?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
And he's playing fast as well, which is very impressive.
You were saying that Fabi's really taking a lot of time.
Yeah.
How much time does he have?
3 minutes.
That is total time mismanagement. That is just, as a coach, that's upsetting. Your player should not be.
Who do we have to talk to?
Yeah, exactly. We do have a takes on f3. We're expecting bishop takes f3. Miro, how bad is it?
It is pretty bad, to such an extent.
Give me a number.
Look, well, it's plus 1.7, plus 1.8.
Plus 1.7.
Again, if you let engine think for more, I'm afraid it's going to get worse. I can give you this. It bet to such an extent that computer starts considering knight to d4. Which is
already
you imagine,
an
not
indication.
A great move. You're just trying to bail out somehow.
Wow.
Yeah.
So.
And your line that you said, like knight c to e5, you take on e6. It's not great. Yeah.
So I mean, we all understand, but just kill me after bishop. Oh. Bishop takes d5 is check.
Check.
And then bishop takes c6 is a tempo. Oh. So I can't even do something as crass as just trying to return. This is a tempo. This is a discovered attack. Sorry. Oh, dear.
Yeah, I think he's going to go knight e5 probably and just give up the bishop on e6. Then hope for the best.
I cannot allow white to play the move bishop to d5. Then I'm going to be a pawn down, and so I'm going to have to take. This guy's alive.
Knight's still coming to d. I can't have.
Okay, I don't think the knight's coming to d5
not
immediately.
If you play queen e8, right?
Right, because I do have bishop.
Maybe like queen. Oh, e6 is hanging. Rook d6.
f5 is hanging.
F5 is it?
No.
Bishop c3.
Bishop c3 is a good.
Maybe
move.
rook d6 is good here.
Oh, that's a great. That
Unless
stops
I'm
everything.
Something, yeah.
No, I was about to play rook c6 and try to pick up this pawn, but rook d6 not only defends the pawn, but it. Oh dear. No, this is collapse. I'm.
And Fabi down to a minute and a half.
I'm done. He has played knight e5, but. Wow.
You're absolutely right, guys. It's all about time mismanagement, because would he address the d4 idea? It was clear like white was building up for d4.
Right.
I've checked like, just don't blunder d4. Black was better. But because he was low on time, bishop f6 such a natural move.
Yeah.
And he blundered and there is no way back.
Okay, we do have, by the way, queen e7.
To stop rook d6.
Yeah, because rook d6 was too powerful. He does allow knight d5.
I guess you
queen
take
takes
on e6.
I don't.
You could take a. No, you can't.
Well, okay. First of all, let's just look at the most consequent. I could take here.
Yes, knight.
If you take with the knight, I could
That's what I was thinking.
Potentially nibble the pawn.
But maybe we're trading too many pieces.
Maybe. Is there a way that I can keep
maybe
this
you
pawn?
take with the bishop on the.
Let's say I go here. I just want to maintain.
Rook d8.
Which rook?
C d8. So I don't give you f5 pawn.
Okay, now I worm my way in.
Knight e5. There's knight d3 coming.
Knight. I was worming my way.
No,
in.
knight d3.
Yeah.
Your bishop and knight are kind of hanging.
I'm counting the pawns still. Knight, rook takes d3, but I don't like. I've lost the initiative.
Yes, you wanted an extra pawn. There is a way to get you an extra pawn. Go knight d5.
Knight d5.
Yes, and take on f6 plus the bishop.
And then bring my knight to f4? No.
Now this way, I think you just take. No?
Yeah, that's the pawn win. But we were a little bit worried that maybe we're trading too many pieces.
Yeah, maybe pawn wouldn't be enough.
All right, well, computer says it.
But we have an update in a different game. Magnus is now down a pawn.
What? Sacrilege. How did he?
Oh yeah, he sacrificed with h4, right?
Yes.
So
But
he's
he
still
didn't.
down a pawn.
Okay, so
he
when
didn't
we
take
left
on
it,
G2.
rook takes h. Magnus has played rook g3. That's a surprise. Rook came back to h2. b6.
He could have had this with the pawn on h5.
Right. And Magnus has missed the c6, queen d8 idea because b6 is just not in keeping with what he's done. Prague is happy.
Got traded.
Prague is happy. The G2 is nicely protected. Okay, the knight on F2 rather stinks, so get rid of it, trade it.
D2 was played. Is he prepping B4 at some point?
Oh, absolutely. I think he's also thinking about knight B5 followed by B4.
Or knight A2 B4 is also interesting.
Yeah. Magnus has
Not
not
happy.
played this
I think
very
with
well.
his last move, rook G6, he wants to go rook H6 and maybe get an active queen.
Makes sense.
But it's like, what are we attacking on the king side?
Right. In the best case, you might win your pawn back on G2.
No. That pawn's not going anywhere. My bishop's stapled there on F1.
But in the worst case, your pieces might get driven back. For example, do your worst.
F5.
Rook H6.
Sure.
I munch. You munch.
Take.
And I go B4. Finally, I'm trying to get rid. I'm trying to get rid of this knight.
I feel like that knight is trapped. You tricked me.
No, I would never do that.
Yes, it's not looking good.
No, but that's the whole point that the B3, A3, King B2 is all about. Prague is prepping for B4, and Magnus is going to have to face some questions. Miro, jump in on this one. We didn't like the pawn sacrifice, obviously.
No.
But how bad or good is it?
How bad or good it is?
Yeah.
Well, white's better. You figured it out without me. White's up a pawn. Knight b5, however, gives Magnus a chance to build up a fortress by capturing b5 and just go knight b8. It's not an attractive continuation, but you could just hold it like that.
So tell me,
knight
just
b5? Just stay, go to b8. Knight on c5 is solid, and if you go b4, take with the pawn, then, okay, your bishop on f1 is kind of not great.
But with the knight...
Yeah, knight d7 and just, beg for a draw.
Beg for a draw.
Yeah, Prague went with something else.
Right.
Which is knight
Guys,
d3.
while we're watching this, we missed that beautiful pawn win from Gukesh.
Okay,
Something we didn't spot.
Uh-oh. Let's jump to Gukesh.
And he's up a healthy pawn now. If you go back a couple of moves. Yes, here. We're looking at this line and we're taking the h5 pawn, but look at what he did. Next move.
Nice.
Queen f5.
Knight
Fabi's
E7.
down to like 30 seconds. We're in an endgame, down a pawn. White has a good position as well. Does he have any chances to survive this?
No. No, this is just a very, very, very good position for white.
I also see there's knight d4 move in the current position.
Knight d4. What you'd really like to do is get your knight to g5 and or the f4 square. So I love the move knight to d4 because you're ready to go.
Or you can, if rook e8, then maybe you can go knight f3, knight g5, make black's king uncomfortable.
And
that's also
from my French, my days with the French defense, putting a knight on f4, just loved it. From the opening, Fabi came out really, really nice, but when he missed d4, Gukesh struck with the move d4, it was suddenly one-way traffic.
Yeah,
He's
big blunder by Fabi.
Big blunder. Pawn up for Gukesh, and looks to be storming to his fourth win in a row as the reigning world champion is tied for first after 4 rounds of play. We are in round 5.
Yeah, he's having a great tournament. And another leader, Jan-Krzysztof, is also not also. Gukesh is doing great, but the other leader is doing badly.
Also,
he is much worse.
I will jump to Jan's game against Ivan Saric. And yep, we left it. And bishop takes d5, queen e3, queen e4.
So we can see rook h2 and all the lines we're looking at, but I still think black is quite active, although this last move, rook d5, got a question mark now.
Rook to d5. Why did we need rook to d5?
First, what's the idea if we take?
Sorry, pause just for a moment. If he had taken on b2,
take back. If you go
queen c3,
knight a4.
Good morning. I mean, I'm supposed to be checkmating you on B2 and A1 squares, but knight A4 is a very good answer. Alert. That is not checkmate. I wonder if you went and played Queen A1 checkmate and the other person said good game, whether that counts. I don't think so. Sorry, that is not a good idea for Ivan. He played instead Rook D5, and you were about to say that's not a good move. Tell me why.
I'm asking a question. Why can't White just take it? Twice.
Twice. Good question. Let's have a look.
What is Ivan's idea?
Is Queen H2? How can I?
Queen
Rook
H2 just move the rook.
Rook H2? No.
There might be some tactic. Because the rook on G1 is not protected, B2 pawn, knight on A4, right? But how can we connect it all?
Okay, so if I go knight takes B2, knight takes B2, rook H2, there's bishop E4. Ooh. Rook H2, bishop E4.
Maybe we just start with simple rook D8 move here.
Rook to... Actually, you know, it's strange. Queen H2? Where do you... Queen H2 just rook moves.
And
well,
following this line, by the way, it's on the board.
And now Ivan is going to share with us his idea. Ivan, you played rook D5, you sacrificed a pawn. Now you can't stop him.
Because the point is Queen E5, guys. I think the point is Queen E5, and you cannot really stop it because Queen E4, there is rook D4. Maybe that's kind of a tactical point that makes sense. You go to D4, you attack this queen, and it's nowhere to go. So even though rook D5 wasn't the strongest, capturing on D5 is still dangerous. After rook D8, computer says black is better. Black is better because of all the ideas you've mentioned. Sometimes it's Queen H2, or say queen goes here, it's once again Queen E5, and then B2 is hanging. In a way, it wasn't such an important pawn on E6, right? And now the bishop works, sometimes we'll be capturing G4.
The question, could White just play Queen C5 to not let you play
yeah, that's one of the options. Now, let me see. Queen to C5 is maybe the best move, but then takes and will be taking B2, it seems.
B5.
Because if knight takes, if B knight takes on C5, there is B5 now.
I see.
Well, and you could never play B5 with queens on. So that's one of the benefits. Like you sacrifice D5 pawn, but if the queens are off the board, then you have B5.
So, and by the way, rook D8 was played by
all played, right?
All played.
Traded here, Queen D5, rook D8.
And Queen
Ivan Saric. Huh?
Ivan is playing a wonderful tournament so far. You say Queen F3, Queen E5.
Looks so scary.
But just pause here, because the strangest thing is, at the moment, it's like this is, it's very rare where I'm trying to mate you on B7 and you're trying to mate me on B2, and we both have different diagonals, right? I just need to put this rook to F7 and life will be good. So if I were to go rook F1, you're just kicking me, right?
I thought I could just take on B2, no? Because the knight on A4 is also hanging.
Queen takes F6.
Take knight A4, yeah.
Knight A4.
I think you have to play C3 or something.
I hate C3.
Me too.
You want a funny move after rook G1?
Yeah, rook F1?
So Queen E5, rook F1, yeah, like Queen E5, rook F1.
Yes.
Rook D4, rook F4 is the maneuver for black. You just go rook D4.
And you can't take on F6, there's rook D1 check.
And you cannot take the rook because there's knight D2 check. So rook D4, rook F4 just wins.
Oh my goodness. That's hilarious.
That's when your computer have an access to one.
By the way, we have Queen F3 on the board. We might be seeing a variation like Queen F6. Clock times for the players?
Not in time trouble yet. 3 minutes against 4.
And where would you like to take us?
I've heard that Alireza's in big trouble in his game. There's only been 21 moves.
Alireza in trouble. Sorry, that's a game that we kind of like let slip away from our attention. That was the isolated queen pawn game, as I remember.
And we said black has active pieces, and
he does.
He really does, especially now after D4. He got so much space. I like this G5 move.
G5, not for the faint-hearted.
Oh, this went really badly for Alireza.
Wow. First of all, he played. So you know something went wrong when you play Bishop H3, and the very next move you take it back. Uh-oh. By the way, D2 is winning a piece, right? Not that he didn't want it. He said, I've got bigger game.
Yeah, I think you're just taking on G3 and...
This is terrible, honestly.
It's just game over.
Oh, this is just... This was terrible. Alireza just getting outplayed more or less from the opening through the middle game, and everything went wrong. The wheels fell off after bishop h3 and bishop g2. Anish, extra pawn up.
Looks like a very clean game for Anish.
And he's got a winning attack to go with his extra pawn. Oh boy, just...
If I may, Alireza
Please.
done it to himself.
Yes.
Because say move 15, he captured on e6. It's all okay. Just develop your pieces. And,
Right.
and he went for e4, knight d2, apparently missing the whole concept. So g5 restricts the development.
Stop
And
f4.
especially bishop h3, king h8,
Yeah.
which turns out you cannot really take. And then we didn't look at it, but just believe, guys, that bishop e6, black goes queen e8, threatens this, threatens d3, white loses material.
Right.
Right. And if you cannot take and you start looking at the position, you're starting to look for the move. And then you realize, wait, there is no move. Bishop d2 does d3 followed by knight f3.
Knight e4.
Right, so immediately,
Yeah.
or knight e4 for this matter.
Yeah.
Right? So you've played this series of active moves and then you realize, oh, come on, I have to go back. And then everything's bad. Like literally everything's bad. So in the span of like 2-3 moves, it went from being potentially slightly better for white to just lost for white.
Gone.
And very well played by Anish.
It's all it takes in chess, huh? 1 or 2 bad moves, that's it.
Truly.
That's simple.
It's never too late to spoil a position.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that. I wanted to go to the game of Gukesh and Fabi for a moment because somehow, with great effort, Fabi somehow has gotten himself into a rook ending.
I think this one's ending in a draw. Yes, that's Wesley and Nodirbek.
Two players, Nodirbek has really had a bad start. And it's not gone well for him, whereas Wesley...
And Wesley's been the old Wesley we know today, 2 draws out of 2.
But
He's
holding his...
decisive games, yes.
Holding his plus. I want to jump to the game of Duda, queen f3. Ivan Saric sacrificed a pawn, and he is playing it slowly. Could he be thinking, what beside... How do you not play queen e5?
Maybe he's looking at queen h2, but...
Could he be considering queen g7?
Possible as well. Oh, bishop takes b2.
Uh-oh.
We didn't notice this move. So he wants to play knight a3 check. But is this just a draw?
A draw?
Like perpetual. I see a perpetual. Though.
You do? Good for
queen
you.
c2 checkmate.
Oh.
So you have to go to a1 and then knight c2.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think he just bailed out maybe with a draw.
Because of the clock as well.
Yeah, he only has 50 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think now, unless there's something more.
Wow. So Ivan had a position of strength, and he just played this move, bishop b2, and he said, okay, I'm black against Duda. I'll make a draw, but it's easy for us. We're in studio. Mm-hmm. Nice AC. Well, not AC, but... I'm told that one day the repairman is going to come. No.
He's taking his time before he makes repetition.
He's going to go down to 10 seconds before claiming the draw.
Yeah, I don't see how he could improve here. He needs a dark squared bishop now more than ever, but it's gone.
But for those of you who are joining us late, we believe that Ivan Saric had played a really wonderful game, and had he continued in the style that brought him to this position with queen e5, he would have had an advantage, and a significant one at that. But he bailed with the move bishop takes b2, and this allowed our tournament co-leader
he
to
must be
save
down
the
to
game.
10 seconds now. You're right, he really reached.
He really did.
Yeah. And now they've repeated twice, and there's third time.
And for the audience. All right, we're going to jump to the game of Gukesh and Fabi.
Let's watch that endgame.
Because we're in a rook ending, and although, what's the notorious all rook endgames are drawn?
Not this one.
Does this remind us of Firouzja's endgame with Magnus?
No, because Magnus had an active rook. Here, Fabi has a passive rook. So it's much worse.
Much worse.
Yeah.
So if you took this rook on f6
Put it
and
on A1.
teleported it to a2, we would be looking at the game of Firouzja and Magnus from yesterday.
So today, right? This morning.
No,
it was first round today. Yes, yes.
The first round today?
We're saying Magnus is tilting after that game.
Good point. All right, so for Gukesh to win, he has to play moves like f3, king f2, king e3, probably put the rook on e5 and play for
Question
g4.
I have for you, Yasser. I like the rook on c5, but is
You
it
do.
better to put it on a7 right now, give check, and put it on a7? Is that stronger?
I'm not sure, because I'm thinking that I'm going to have to play g4, f3, g4 somewhere.
But on the other hand, Black's king would be worse if I put my rook on a7.
Right? Okay, well, let's just leave this game alone for a moment and jump to the game of Alireza. This looks
I think he's
awful.
about to get checkmated.
Awful with a capital A.
And he resigns.
And he resigns. Wow.
I think that missed opportunity against Magnus is still affecting him.
We were talking about Magnus being on tilt, but
So is Alireza.
Alireza. And congratulations, Anish.
He
That
bounced
was a
back.
very, very fine game.
Yeah, Anish playing well.
Gukesh did put the rook on a7. It's because
You're going to have to talk a little softer. You don't want to impact the players in Zagreb.
Fabi's king is really bad now on h6.
And again, we are looking to play f3, g4, and because you just said it, the king is on h6.
Do we even need to? Could we just start moving the king? Because
King
Black is in
F1.
Zugzwang. You have to move the rook.
So this rook would kind of...
And then just king f3.
So let's say, okay, hold on. It's black to move.
It's black to play. And
So the moment I
You don't
play
want to move,
rook,
but you have to.
yes, king f3.
Yes.
The rook would, for example, move back.
King f4.
I'll give you a check. You'll go to F, just for
e3,
argument.
sure.
And,
King d4.
and now you're
Yeah.
saying to me, you're going to sacrifice this pawn? You're going to do it like this.
And rook a6 and f5, yes.
Exactly. Boom. Now
Forcing rook trade and
it's not so clear you're getting the rook trade. Check.
king f5.
King e5, king h7. I want to take this
Rook g6, a6. Should be winning.
Yeah, you're probably right. Because you've got this great
But I
active
wonder
king.
if I moved my king to the wrong direction. I could have gone king c5.
Yeah, your king could have been way over here. But no question about it, Gukesh is the one.
Yeah, I mean, he should be winning this.
He really should.
I said the eval bar, it says +3 or +4. So.
Even, I would not have guessed it to be that high. But yes, he's picking up the
following
fact
our
that
lines.
Zugzwang, the king on h6 is stuck. But on the other hand, had Fabi put his king on g8, it wouldn't really have much of a happy life there either on the last rank.
Yeah, and I think Fabi's down to 15 seconds, and he knows this is a lost endgame.
My goodness, Fabi will tumble to -2. And in rapids, that's a 4-point gap that he's giving to his rivals.
He will have to pull Magnus and win 9 out of 9 in Blitz.
Yes, that will be required.
So rook c6 was played now, and Gukesh has plenty of time to figure out the right plan to finish this. He could play f3, g4, your plan. That also looks good.
Yeah, but I think he's just going for that just king to the queen side.
yeah, your line, guys. King to e4, check.
Yes.
And then what I think not only computers say, but I feel like this is right. Like king d4, rook e2, and just give the f-pawn.
Completely.
Take on a6. Take on a6 and rook f2, rook c6. And how Black
right.
ever gets contemplated. I think
Black
this
king is so bad.
Yeah,
It needs
like-
to be on f5.
So after rook here,
just a6.
King, rook here.
Yeah, I'm guessing king c5 should be
Fabi just made a move with 1 second on the clock.
No.
Yeah.
Oof.
And he didn't go after the f2 pawn. He gave another check. So now, wait a second.
King e5?
King e5.
Or c5?
King c5.
Both should be good, right?
A moment ago, we wanted our king on c5, so...
Isn't it just like a king e5, rook c6, king d5, and f4 in the final Zugzwang?
Yes.
Maybe on king e5,
like
rook d2 right away?
Gukesh has time, though.
Yeah. He's not in a rush. Enjoying
King
this
c5.
endgame. King c5, rook d2. Now the question, do we play f4 or just take on a6?
I like f4.
I think both of them are winning.
Yeah.
f4 played.
f4 played?
Yeah. I like f4 because I love this idea of rook takes a6 and f4, f5. Any rook trades, just game over. That's the easy way to victory.
Okay, do we go towards the pawn? Or come back towards our pawns?
I'm kind of thinking of d5. You give me another check. I'm thinking of e5. You give me another check. Kind of like the idea of rook f6. Yeah, like there might just be a checkmate down there.
2 minutes for Gukesh to decide which way he should go. Miro, is both of them winning?
Both of them. Any legal move in this particular position leads to +4. So anything you can.
All legal
moves. Seriously, because your king is in check. Yeah.
Losing
king
on time is the only way you don't have a winning advantage, and he has gone. I think he's beelining his way to the f6 square.
He could also come back king e4 and not even give up g3 pawn.
Wait, but isn't king e6? Or king e5?
Yeah, no. This was my way, was to go to f6. Now, for example,
Can you include rook a8?
Right.
There's king f7 in such positions, right?
Yes.
This trick. King f7, if rook g3, king g8.
Ooh, beautiful.
By the way, please play g5. I've got to. I'm not taking the pawn. I'm taking that one. Nice. Yeah, but I was saying, go play for checkmate. King to e5, king to f6. And again, after king e5, if you go immediately for this pawn.
Then we were looking at this, right? Rook a6 and f5.
Exactly. Exactly. That's the dream.
Gukesh down to 1 minute. I think he's just figuring out his final plan, and then he's going to blitz out. Next moves.
I think Miro kind of showed that he's a problemist as he was looking king e6 to
Okay, Gukesh had the king on e6, but then changed his mind and played king e5.
King to e6 to f6 to f7 to g8. But king f6.
Yeah, if he remembers this mate idea, he's going to go for it.
You bet. I mean, that kind of gets branded into your mind. Once you see that, it's such a beautiful
He's caught up on the clock, though, now both of them under 35 seconds.
Whoa.
Okay,
King
repeated
D5.
once, and went the other way.
Whoa.
Completely changed his mind. Interesting.
Which is still okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
Whoa.
Just do something. You can go after the a pawn. You can go for a checkmate.
But here we don't have f5.
But do we need to?
No, I guess it's just the...
Rook b6, king b7, a pawn goes.
Yeah.
You'll never ever be in time to create any counterplay.
Yeah, rook b6 is simple, actually. Yes, agreed. That's just...
Or king b7 to start with.
You can start with this.
Oh, wait a second. Now it's rook
rook
a3 at the
a3.
very
But then f5.
No.
Then f5.
Yeah, that was f5.
Okay.
But this way, just, I guess...
Rook b6?
c6 or rook b6. Yeah.
Rook b6, rook takes f4, a6, rook takes h4, a7.
And you can't even sack your rook anymore.
I don't allow you to sacrifice the rook anymore. You're right. I'll just...
That's it. He's played rook f6 just because he wants to keep that pawn alive as well.
I guess you
king
king
g7.
g7.
Lost king g7, yeah.
Well,
that wasn't necessary.
kind of an extra finesse not necessarily required.
So that if you're getting a check from the side, like rook f7, then you're going to go rook c7. So kind of, to make a statement,
nice.
to show that you're.
Very nice.
Well, I must say this has been a very, very nice game by Gukesh. The moment he was worse coming out of the opening, but the moment he got in d4, and from that moment onwards, he had the advantage. He won a pawn, and he's been converting it very, very nicely. And we see the fruits of his conversion here as he's about to force Fabi to give up his rook for the passer.
Very nice endgame technique by Gukesh.
Yeah.
And that's his 4th win in a row. Incredible.
Poker? What? 4 wins in a row?
We still have 1 game left, guys.
We thought
Magnus
poker,
is still playing.
Poker.
You're still forgetting,
Magnus.
But I think they're repeating, because I saw this was the position like 10 minutes ago.
Not much has happened.
Nothing has changed. He's still down a pawn, but the extra pawn is the g2 pawn.
Okay, just imagine.
Okay, they're now repeating 3 times.
I was about to say, imagine that Magnus had the white pieces. How close would he be to, to winning this game? No. Somebody's stopping the clock and saying, I think that was 4 time repetition. A very dissatisfying game for, I think, both players. But more maybe Magnus, because Magnus did not have to play the move h4. I feel like some points were left on the table in this round.
Absolutely.
Miro. Yeah.
In those drawn games, and also I think the game that ended up, our only decisive game, was it?
No,
Alireza against Anish.
We had 2.
We had 2?
Gukesh also won.
Gukesh won, of course,
Yeah, speaking of Gukesh, look at this line score.
He started with a loss against Duda, and then since then he's been unstoppable, winning game after game.
Very impressive.
Now he's in sole lead since Duda didn't win his game. We have a sole leader. But let's check in with Cristian. Over to you.
Gukesh is having an absolutely brilliant event so far after that loss in the first round against Duda. But right now he will be facing the former world champion Magnus Carlsen in the final game of the day. And this was a moment of hesitation between himself and Fabiano. This was the moment after e3. You guys painted a nice picture. He was worse out of the opening, but Fabiano had to not hesitate, and he had to take on h4. Take on h4, take on h4, queen to h4. This is very easy to see. You're going to get checkmated on h2. The only way to stop that is to sacrifice the queen with queen to g4. That's obviously not a good idea. But what I'm sure Fabi did not like after bishop to h4 was bishop to f3. And this one is much more tricky to assess, because right now, if you go, for example, h5, which is a very typical move in this position, then I take on g4, take on g4, take on h4, queen takes h4, you still have a lot of compensation as black and perhaps the better position, but it's not as clear to see how you're going to deliver that checkmate or that final decisive attack against the white king. The best move after bishop to f3 would have been to go f5, and this adds another element to black's attack, and that is the rook potentially swinging via the 6th rank towards the h file and towards the white king. So after f5, you take, I take, you take on g4, I take on g4 with the f pawn, and it's going to be extremely difficult for you to stop me from going rook to f6, rook to h6. You just simply don't have enough time to swing your pieces on the other side of the board. So this was the huge missed opportunity for Fabiano. Obviously, he's hesitating a bit too much. It doesn't feel like he eased into this tournament as of right now, but still plenty of games to go, and we will have a very special guest coming up during the 3rd round. Another world champion, Garry Kasparov, is going to be with us to analyze the game between the former world champion Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh. So absolutely don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Cristian. It does feel like Fabi has not found his groove. Having said that, let's take a look at the standings.
Let's have a look after 5 rounds, right? We have a sole leader for the first time in the event. That's Gukesh, current world champion. And only point behind is Jan-Krzysztof Duda, then 2 players with 6 points, Magnus and Wesley.
big win there by Anish, and I'm very surprised to see Alireza at the very bottom coming into the tournament. He was the second favorite. What are we doing on break?
As we go to break, Anastasiya talked to the players, so take a listen and we'll be right back.
How does it feel to be a part of the 10th anniversary of the Grand Chess Tour?
I didn't even know it's 10th anniversary, but anyway, I'm happy to play again in Croatia, in my country, and I really hope to do well this year, as well as every year, but hopefully this year will be a bit different.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. It's not that I have always been, a full tour player. It's my, I think, second time. So it's like an honor for me. Also, it's my I don't know which time exactly here in Croatia, but it's been it's been some time, and I always have fond memories of this place because I don't think I have done any good in here. I don't think I was in top 3, for instance, but probably after my first time in Croatia, I flew directly to Sochi, Krasnaya Polyana, to the World Cup, the one that I won in the end. So it's always see it that it started here, and also I won twice against Giri in here. So it's everything is the same. So I always like this feeling, you just feel younger, just taking yourself back in time. It's nice.
Oh, it feels great. I'm very honored that they invited me this year. I need to play a bit better. Romania didn't go at all as planned, but it feels great to be part of history of Grand Chess Tour, and I would like to congratulate the people who are behind this tour. Also, Gary Kasparov, also the Singfields, the St. Louis Chess Club, and also Superbet for being among many other people for being part of this great history of chess.
Oh, it's also a Grand Chess Tour anniversary because also my wedding anniversary year. I didn't know this, the Grand Chess Tour anniversary. No, it's beautiful. Anniversaries are beautiful. Yeah, I'm very happy for the tour.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be back here, and it feels very special, especially this year because it's 10th anniversary.
Yeah, it feels great to be playing GCT, something that I wanted to play when I was a kid. And yeah, coming back from win in Bucharest feels good. So I'm looking forward to playing in Zagreb.
Feels good. Also considering I think I've played every Grand Chess Tour since the beginning, since 2015. It's changed a lot. The formats have changed. The players, the locations sometimes have changed, but it's been a really important constant in the chess world. We've had the Grand Chess Tour bringing most, if not sometimes all, of the best players in the world, many locations, and then very often culminating in an exciting final, which this year I'm glad, I've already said it before, I'm glad that it's going to be Final Four again. I'm pretty happy about that format change. But yeah, it's definitely one of the most important tournament circuits that we've seen, especially in the last decade or two.
It feels great. I've played in Bucharest, and here I'm playing in Croatia Rapid Blitz. It's my first time in Croatia, so I'm really excited and looking forward to my first Croatia experience. And yeah, it feels great. I mean, it's a truly important tournament for many top players. And Grand Chess Tour, I mean, whole organizers are doing a great job, and I really appreciate their effort, and I really hope that it will last a very long time, and we'll see many more exciting tournaments.
I haven't really thought about that, and obviously it's been a few years since I've been a regular participant, but yeah, I enjoy playing some events, and especially here.
Yeah, it feels great. Yeah, this is my second time as a full tour participant, and third time as like I had a wild card in 23. So yeah, all the tournaments are of high quality and yeah, very well established. So I'm happy to be part of that.
When you come to Croatia, you have to find the nearest sailboat
and visit one of the sunniest coastlines in Europe.
And drop the anchor at any of our 1,000 islands.
You have to listen to the biggest Croatian musician, the sea organ in Zadar.
You have to swim here.
Dive there.
Sail everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of islands to discover, full of life.
The 2025 Grand Chess Tour heads to St. Louis for two thrilling back-to-back events, the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the prestigious Sinquefield Cup. Watch top grandmasters battle in fast-paced time controls and intense classical matches as they fight for points in the race for the GCT title. It's a chess showdown you won't want to miss. Be there to witness the drama unfold live from the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri.
When you come to Croatia, you have to bring your appetite with you.
And you have to taste our food.
You have to try the world's most awarded cheese.
And enjoy wine tasting in any of our wineries.
You have to surprise your taste buds with truffles.
You have to eat here.
Drink there.
Enjoy everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of flavors, full of life.
National titles are up for grabs as rising stars and chess legends converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the 2025 U.S. Senior, Junior, and Girls Championships. Beginning July 15th, 30 elite players across 3 fields will compete for a total prize fund of $225,000. 2024 U.S. Senior Champion Vladimir Akopian returns to defend his title, while returning junior players, International Master Justin Wang and Grandmaster Brewington Hardaway and Abhimanyu Mishra will be fighting for first place. In the Junior Girls Championship, top seed Zoe Tang chases her first national title in what promises to be a wide-open field. Young stars and seasoned vets are ready to leave it all on the board. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
When you come to Croatia, you have to refresh your mind by the pool.
And heal your body in our thermal spas.
You have to enjoy a massage by the sea.
And regain your smile in any of our dental clinics.
You will never walk alone on these hiking trails.
You have to swim here.
Relax there.
Cycle everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of well-being, full of life.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
When you come to Croatia, you have to visit the city where I have found my love, Dubrovnik, and see a concert in this place.
You have to enjoy coffee on any of our squares.
And see the most beautiful Croatian building.
You have to learn all about our legends.
You have to party here.
Take a photo there.
Dance everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of history and culture, full of life.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
When you come to Croatia, you have to bring your compass with you.
You have to visit our national parks.
You have to climb the highest peaks.
And ride the wildest winds.
You will never walk alone on these hiking trails.
You have to raft here.
Fly there.
Cycle everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of adventures, full of life.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections. Open, which is FIDE rated, and under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Don't miss the 9th annual Strategy Across the Board Gala, Master of the Arts. Enjoy fine dining and world-class musical entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Strategy Across the Board, Master of the Arts, is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. For sponsorship or ticket information, or to make a gift, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We've had 5 rounds already. Going into round 6, let's take a look at our current standings. We have as sole leader the current world champion Gukesh with 8 points. Jan-Krzysztof Duda 1 point behind him, and then Magnus and Wesley sharing third.
But guess what's coming up? The chess smackdown between Magnus and Gukesh is on our round 6 agenda. Tell us about the pairings.
Honestly, I can't even focus on any other game. Look at that. We have Magnus playing against the Gukesh. Wow, can't wait to see how that goes. Then we have Nodirbek against Fabi, Anish against Prag, Ivan Saric playing Firouzja, and Wesley against the Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who's in clear second.
And tell us about the head-to-head between Magnus and Gukesh, 2 world champions.
Well, this is not surprising. Magnus has 9 wins, 3 losses, and 2 draws.
But Gukesh, what a time to play against Magnus, having won 4 in a row. He's soaring high, and Magnus, as we've been seeing, has struggled.
Not having the best day.
Not at all.
Exactly. I think he's still just waiting for the blitz to begin.
Yeah.
And this is Gukesh's line score so far. Yeah, he started with a loss against Duda, and then unstoppable since then, taking down everybody.
Gukesh is saying to Ben Underwood, I'll take your statistical model and I will throw out the door, because I remember the statistical probability at the start of the tournament. Gukesh was looking at a 0.2.
Whoa.
I mean, he had like no chances of winning the tournament.
The unlikeliest contender to win.
Yes.
Wolf.
Whoa.
Imagine like getting that being a world champion. You go into the tournament with 9 other guys, and there is a like statistic model. It says like, you know what, you're the world champion, but you're the unlikeliest person to win.
You're the world champion of classical chess. Right. This is Rapid and Blitz.
That's his honor to prove otherwise.
And he's doing it. He's making believers out of his all. Well done. And this is it. The round we've all been looking forward to, the smackdown round.
Yeah, and in this round, Gukesh has a chance to throw that pie chart upside down completely.
True that.
And yes, as Cristian mentioned, we'll have a very special guest. Gary will be joining us, Gary Kasparov.
Fantastic.
He'll probably do some commentary on that game between Magnus and Gukesh.
During our break, I was just making light of the fact that Anastasiya on her social media was showing that Gary Kasparov is having a chess camp. And I was just saying, I could only imagine my joy if I, as a junior, was to be invited to a chess camp by Gary Kasparov amongst other great junior players.
What an amazing opportunity.
I feel like I was on the moon. We have all of these junior players, and you know,
I'm sure those kids understand and appreciate where they are and what a fantastic opportunity they have.
Well,
to train with Gary Kasparov.
To train with Gary Kasparov, but it's like he's giving back too, because Gary is famously was a student of the Michael Botvinnik School of Chess, and Gary, as a junior, really liked the patriarch and spoke highly of his experiences as a junior player there. So thank you, Gary, for inspiring another generation.
Yes, it's a wonderful thing.
Do I see an early Magnus Carlsen?
Not early. He's still the last one, but he's on time for the game.
That's nice. He's got his water bottle. What is he drinking? Yana?
Water. Magnus is not in a great mood.
No.
But we know he wants to win.
Yes.
Especially against Gukesh.
Yeah. Big missed opportunity there, Miro, in the previous game. He played the move h4. We were looking at f4. He would have had all of the advantages and kept the pawn.
Absolutely.
With the move f4.
If you think of it, he still got it in terms of like getting very good positions out of nowhere.
Yeah, out of nowhere.
But then the finishing touch is what's missing for Magnus, and that's worrisome.
There's a handshake. We start c4. He's changing his repertoire in this tournament. He started with knight f3 every white game.
Exactly.
Now we have the English.
English. And bishop b4, which has made a comeback. At one time, bishop b4 was just kind of a variant that people were aware of and played it on occasion. Now it's really become
This is a super
popular.
rare position already. We're only 5 moves in, and are there even any games in the database? But they're blitzing. They know this. It's prep for them.
It seems so. Miro, jump in. Is this the latest and greatest of English theory?
Of course, it's English theory all the way up to move 6 or 7.
Oh.
Move 6, checking the database, 3 games. 3 games, none of them featured knight c5, which was played. Now, it's extremely rare. And to be honest, I'm so surprised they played so fast.
Right.
So surprised played so fast because, like, even if you look at it, disregarding like what computer has to say, what's in the database, this seems to be like, pardon me, but somewhat of a beginner's opening. Like, why do you take the knight? I would tell my student, your bishop's not attacked.
Right?
And he would say to double his pawns, right? And then, Anyway, they know for sure what they're doing. I imagine. There we are. I imagine White's plan is pretty usual. Reroute the knight eventually to e3. It's either knight goes to d5 or you provoke c6 and then d6 pawn is weak. Right. And thanks to a pair of bishops, you control black, prevent black from like opening the center too early.
Yeah, if you don't mind me saying, I like the move knight d2 right away, by the way, because if there's any kind of counter, it's going to be based on maybe knight h5 to f4. And the nice part about knight d2 is it just stops you from even thinking about knight h5.
Knight d2, that's what he's done.
But what about knight e6? Can black also kind of mimic white and do a similar thing?
Knight e6, yeah.
Okay, you provoked me to play g3. Okay.
F3 is what computer does.
F3.
Not being afraid of knight f4 because queen f1 and then g3 later and so on.
Okay.
But I imagine like it's a long maneuvering, long fight which Magnus really adores.
Yes.
This is where he outplays his opponents usually, so he doesn't mind the game going this way.
You were talking about positions where players have pawn breaks. Here, the pawn breaks for Magnus are...
Well, I guess knight d5 will change the structure. I mean, that's your pawn break.
That's your pawn break.
Or somehow, like maybe you get the knight on e3, f3, g4. That's one of the possibilities. Just try to push these guys.
Yeah. And from Black's point of view, you're not playing d5.
I'm surprised that again, not that like it happened, but how quickly we skipped this moment where Black could have potentially played for f5.
Right.
Play f5 at once or prepare for f5, but kind of consider this idea.
Right.
And we just like very quickly bypass this moment by developing a knight on f6. Okay, knight d2 and g6 played.
G6?
G6. Computer doesn't like g6, let me tell you.
Why do we start? Oh, he wants to play knight h5, I'm guessing.
Right, he prepares for knight h5. So I imagine knight f1 and knight h5 strangely is not on the agenda. Because G3.
Yeah.
Because G3, and you're getting stuck, and now F5 is not possible because your knight on H5 will be hanging.
Oops.
So F5 is never a good idea. And one of the things that I'm thinking now, like Ken White, and it looks a little bit ugly, but bishop D2 castle long.
Yes.
And then you're looking at potential F2, F4.
Yeah. And by the way, you've heard me say this. If you're Black and you've played the move G7, G6,
who has the
dark square bishop?
Yeah.
By the way, like a horrifying move here for Black would be castle short. Bishop G5 would really rock.
Or bishop H6, right?
Yeah,
right
would
away.
rock your boat. Like, why did you play G6? Suddenly you're in this nasty pin. Or, as you just said, bishop H6, and you don't want to be in this
For
pin.
Black, if you look at this position, it's King's Indian defense without the bishop on G7. Everything else is the same.
Right? I mean,
but you're missing the key piece.
Yeah, Magnus has played H5 and bishop H6 in the previous game. And there's a dark square bishop on C1. I don't like what has happened here for Gukesh. Times of the players?
Magnus still has more time than he started with.
Wow.
And Gukesh has only spent 2 minutes.
All right, we're going to leave the SmackDown game alone for a moment. Where would you like to take us?
Actually, let's go to Ivan against Alireza, because I see that White is already better in that game. While everywhere else, it's kind of a slow start. So.
Okay, is this yes, this is another Najdorf with bishop to G5.
Now Ivan's on the white side of it.
Yeah.
It was Black last game. Wait, what? This is probably the fastest draw we've seen.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
that
we haven't even
quick.
checked the opening.
I mean, we were just about to go around the playing hall.
Yeah, they found some kind of repetition, and we'll check on that later.
Okay. First, I'm going to stay in a draw as they check out for action of today. Knight B8 to D7. Gosh, I have to go back and look at my files, but I think bishop C4 was one idea that I was entertaining as
in Najdorf theory changes every day. You have to keep up. It's so hard to keep up with it.
Queen E2 with the threat of E5, Queen C7, getting out of the pin, defending E5, castles, B5. And actually, here's an important moment to consider. The move bishop E7, a lot of Najdorf players try to eschew this move. They don't want to play this move. It's like they would rather play a move like bishop to B7 in this position, maybe a castle, rook B8, considering to play the move bishop B4. Bishop E7, it strikes me like now we're transposing into normal theory. G4, G5.
Happy
H4.
moves for White.
Well, first thought, you just play
right?
F5, right? I mean, you're threatening some kind of a positional massacre with a capture in bishop
It's
H3.
very tempting. Black
You
has
have to play E5?
F5's played, by the way, by Ivan.
And
Do you go to B3 or F3?
I pause.
Yeah.
Because this is actually an
Important.
yes. I would so dearly love to play F6 so that I could play knight to F5.
Maybe we step back to B3 just to have another defender on the queen side.
Okay, fair. Knight to B3. Something's amiss for me, Miro. I mean, I'm sure the computer's saying black is okay, but I don't think black is okay.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't?
No, it doesn't. If I wouldn't have an access to computer, I would think the same, because it looks very familiar to some lines, guys.
Right.
Like, I understand why Yasser got confused. I would be confused as well. But now that I'm looking at it and I'm checking, like, first of all, opening, it says 0 games. And I like White's position. And then I go back and look at what the engine has to say, and it says White's actually better.
Yeah.
So something's off.
Something is off.
I'm not really sure. So, computer didn't like knight b6. Computer didn't like knight b6. Okay. And if I'm checking here, it is already rare. But rook b8 is one of the moves.
Right.
I think rook b8, b4 is like you have to start really quickly. But again, like in this kind of positions, all our intuitive continuations should be thrown out of the window. Like you either have to know it or try to find it. Like it's very, very precise, very concrete play.
Yeah.
Anyway, f5, e5's played, and now you
Not
don't
E5.
have to be like
We were expecting e5 for black. He took on
f5, e5.
That's what we're looking at.
Knight b3. Compi just says it's terrible for black without any tactical justification. It's just a bad position, pretty much.
So e takes f5.
So ef5 is what he played. Now I imagine both knight takes and pawn takes. I feel like pawn takes is a little bit more understandable, sort of thing. Bishop g2, f6 is
This is terrible.
The thing is, I get to keep my knight on d4 now.
Yes.
Which will be even more helpful on this side.
And it's so many factors for white, right? It's like, forget there is attack on a king. You still would say it's better. No, I mean, of course, like you might win with the attack, but also, like, that's a weak pawn, that's a good square, that's a good knight on d4. Like, everything is in white's favor. And black's counterplay, I think, to have a king side like this, and be all right with black, you have to have the b file open, you have to have the rook on b4, and you should be sacrificing on b2.
Right.
Somewhere around this position. So black is like 2-3 tempi behind, it feels.
Ivan Saric, our wild card from Croatia.
Does exceptionally well.
Wow, and
doing
Alireza
incredibly well.
might lose 2 in a row.
And you just see Ivan looking at the position saying, dude, I could play knight takes f5. I could play e takes f5. And in both cases, I just have a huge advantage. What are you doing? And I think Alireza is saying, what am I doing? E takes f5 on the board. Let's just go around.
Wesley and Duda, these are players who are in 3rd and 2nd place.
Okay.
So a very
a
important match.
Piano, where we are seeing the early bishop g5 lines. So we get d4 and our opponent gets g5.
I think we've seen this before on Grand Chess Tour. Right?
Exactly.
It looks so familiar.
Absolutely.
But not with knight on a3.
Okay.
You see Miro showing me there are no games.
There are no games in this.
I've seen it before.
No, guys.
Your claim is...
you just done my mistake. Yes, so basically what we have a problem with Gioco Piano nowadays, that there are so many different little intricate details. So once it's h2, h3 is played, and it's a different position.
Mm-hmm. Right.
White plays a4 before going knight a3, it's completely different. Sometimes, instead of playing a5, black would go a6.
Correct.
And it turns the position
completely
upside down.
different.
Yeah. So for us, like, unless you specifically study, you confuse one for the other.
Right.
The shape of it indeed looks very, very familiar. We've seen it many times, but it turns out that's a new position.
Wow.
Which move was the novelty, I wonder? Was it knight a3?
Let me check.
Or was it d4? I think d4 is probably...
Actually, it looks like maybe bishop d7 on move 9 was the novelty. It's the most logical looking move. Yeah, there's only one game here.
The one's already rare. There's one already rare, so...
That's so strange.
And the moves look so natural to this point.
Look, I'm thinking bishop g5 is not as popular before black castling.
Right.
I think, like, whatever you do, like h3,
knight d2,
yeah, like many. Okay,
e1.
let me show you this, guys. Yeah. Okay. Here, there's a lot of moves.
Exactly.
Rook e1, knight d2 being the most popular. Bishop g1 already. Bishop g5 is like 6 in popularity. So already that one takes us, a little bit off. Cuts the possibilities a lot. Right. And then after bishop d7, all of a sudden, It's a new position which I suspect can be transposed to something mainstream, but can be played originally. So d4, knight a3, and this is where we are, and there's no information anymore. Strongest move, since we are talking about this position, let's steal some of Evgenij's expertise. h5 is possible. And I imagine knight g5, you just go h4.
Can we take on f7?
And yeah, you give f7 away. Bishop takes, so yeah,
knight
bishop
takes.
Knight takes, yeah, you can. Knight takes.
Give me the rook.
I guess
Apparently
you take here.
I take
knight
the rook.
h8 and
Queen h7.
Just long castle.
Long castle.
No.
Knight h7. No, I think practical would be to just like take here, go long castle. I imagine we trap the knight at the end.
I see.
And somehow
this
like
looks winning
has
for
the
black.
attack and good enough material.
Safe king.
Anyway, yeah. So h5 is one of the possible tricks. h5, and there is also knight h5.
And Duda's taking his time. I see Wesley has barely spent any time, only 1 minute, but Duda already spent 9 minutes.
Wow, and how do they match up in their rapid chess games?
I imagine they've played many games.
Whoa,
3-1.
another one of those dominant performances you didn't see coming. Duda was just dominating somebody in his
Anish,
head-to-head,
Giri, yeah.
which was shocking,
Shocking,
right?
yeah. So 15 wins for Wesley, 5 wins for Duda, and 10 draws. Wesley, big
Big
favorite.
score by Wesley. h5, h4. By the way, that feels absolutely right on so many levels. How about h4? I'm assuming g4. Knight to
G5?
G5, give me the pawn.
No, on h4 there is maybe bishop g4.
Oh, after h4 you don't? Oh, bishop to g4.
But let's see, after h takes g.
That's a knight h7? That's nasty. I'm in an awkward pin, aren't I? Do
Maybe-
I have to play queen to d3, bishop
Can we keep the
d2?
pawn alive with bishop h4?
Yes.
That's a mess.
I like the way you're thinking.
Can I just suggest
Please,
the line?
jump in,
Can I
jump in,
just
jump in.
suggest the line after h takes g5?
Yes.
And it's not even computer approved, but I have a feeling that it's a potentially very entertaining line. So we
Okay.
just go h4, takes on f6,
Yeah.
queen f6, bishop goes to h2, and we go h3. Now, the thing is, like, okay, so bishop goes, right?
That's a nice
Right,
We take on g2, bishop g2,
right.
we take on h2, king h2, and we castle. And we pray for this to work. I don't think
down
it
a full
does.
rook.
I don't think it does. We down a full rook, but the king,
full
like
rook.
if we ever have the time to kind of clear the diagonal, I think it will be a checkmate. So for us being the player with black being down the full rook, the evaluation of +1.2 is not that depressing.
Yeah.
So I certainly have some compensation for this rook.
Exactly, a whole rook.
Yeah, and to be honest, like it casually continues, but just like taking on d4, it says
What's a
130.
rook? What's
So
a rook?
I imagine in a game you can still kind of try this
I mean,
one.
practically speaking, maybe black is even winning. After rook can only send +1.
Yeah, I know.
Who knows? It's a very tricky continuation. Well, the thing is that after h4, you kind of committed to go for bishop g4 at the very least.
Yeah, because G4
this
is so
line,
helpful.
G4 knight g5 was really bad.
Yes.
G4 knight
Full
g5
stop.
was really bad.
Yeah.
Right.
Could black just completely forget about it, castle long right away?
After h4?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess. But then, I know, but then knight takes. The knight takes
Take on
g5.
d4?
Knight takes g5, ed4, and
Because if he takes,
again,
he takes the...
I don't know how standard it is, but it says bishop d5 is the strongest
Okay,
move.
that I was not expecting.
I cannot really pick up on what's going on. I guess knight is
C4.
getting included into a game with knight c4.
Okay.
Well, no, it's very, very complex. So the thing is, maybe h5 is not as attractive if you are not willing to, to involve in all these complications.
So after all of the thinking, Duda did play the move knight h5.
Knight
He
h5.
just played knight h5.
Knight h5.
I think he spent 10
minutes or so, yes.
on that move. So a significant time. Jump in, Miro.
Yeah.
Why was this move good? Or
Knight h5 or?
Yeah. I'm looking
it's
at
not
knight takes e5.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Knight
Tell me what's wrong.
Maybe 5 knight takes e5, I think, is your problem.
Do you want to
so
take on
let's say that queen h5 doesn't really work.
Oops.
Don't give up on the line yet. Bishop f7.
King moves, I guess. Bishop f7 if you're keen on continuing.
I get 2 minor pieces.
No, wait a second. No, queen takes, knight takes, and just
oh, nice.
Just a piece up.
Okay. Well, let's give our analysis pause, and we're going to throw it to Zagreb. Cristian with Giri.
We do have indeed a very special guest here with us, and a treat for everybody here in the studio, here at home as well. We have the 13th world champion with us and the founder of the Grand Chess Tour, Garry Kasparov. Gary, welcome to the show once again.
So how could I miss this round?
Absolutely. It's such a treat for us. The world champion commentating on a game between world champions as well, and I'm going to start with that one. But before we get into the games, this is the 10th edition of the Grand Chess Tour. You are on home turf right now here in Croatia. How are you feeling? Are you proud of your achievements with the tour?
Yeah, I'm very, very happy, and it's probably more precisely to say very proud that it's not just 10th edition of the Grand Chess Tour, but it has one of the locations, traditional locations here in Croatia, and for me it's very important. So when I got my Croatian citizenship, I promised that I would put Croatia firmly on the map, and it's done. So it's what also just makes me feel happy is that every player, is making compliments for Zagreb. So we hear it from all of them, just from Magnus and Gukesh to others. Everybody feels good here.
Even Giri said that he's going to have
even Giri.
a training camp later on in the year somewhere around here.
So that it's a good atmosphere. It's really good atmosphere. So that's what I had in mind when we started the Grand Chess Tour. So just to have a professional network. So somehow just resembles World Cup back in the 88, 89. But it's new because it has all forms of chess, and it has now a solid place in modern chess history.
Absolutely.
So, and we already we have a new generation. It's 10 years. It was just a generational change. And now, again, it's if you exclude our Croatian player Saric, who is a wild card here, so Magnus is the oldest player.
You made that point during the ceremony, and I couldn't believe it.
I wasn't sure. Again, unfortunately, just Saric is 3 months older than Magnus, same year. But it's a fact is that it's Magnus is now it's kind of a veteran. So we're
seeing the change of the guard.
We see change of the guard, and again, it's happening. Just gradually happening. It's good. Yeah, I think it's very important that it's the Grand Chess Tour became something that is you can hardly imagine a world of chess without the Grand Chess Tour now. Mm-hmm. So that's the concept is I would not fluctuating, but there always changes to make sure that it adapts to the expectation of the public, because this is not just an event for the players. It's the people are watching it, and that's a key. So going back to the 80s. So it's for many players, even my Western colleagues, the idea that the prize money will depend very much on the public attention, so public interest. It was quite revolutionary. Yes. Because chess was always played, it's on the side. So Fischer started a revolution, but it took time just for the idea to gain traction. And now they all know it's about not just entertaining, but also making people really excited about what they see at the chessboard.
Well, in fact, yesterday we had an absolutely full house here in person, and we've seen kids sitting on the ground in front of the players, waiting to get their autographs.
Yeah, but look.
It's an energy, a very special energy here in Croatia.
I hear from many people here, just in Zagreb, is that it's a huge deal for Zagreb, for Croatia, because you have all the best players. I mean, you have except Hikaru, I think you have all the best players.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's a big deal.
Magnus, Fabi, Gukesh.
Exactly. You have
Anish.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So Abdusattorov. So yes, Alireza. So it's you can hardly do better, and people are happy.
Absolutely. Let's
and,
get
and,
into
and the games. The games are
pretty good.
The games are pretty good. It's not that just that, so we're short of some exciting games, and of course now it's a big one because it's not just a game between Magnus and Gukesh, so which has many interesting psychological components, yes, as we know. But it's also the game that might decide the if not the whole tournament, but probably the winner of the Rapid. I mean, after miserable start, so losing to Duda, I mean, I would say losing convincingly because Duda played a great game against Gukesh, and then Gukesh just
4 out of 4.
won 4 in the row in Rapid. That's
a lot of points.
And again, it's you just look at the players he beat. It's Alireza, it's Fabi. So it's Abdusattorov,
Praggnanandhaa,
and very important. This is the Indian match.
Exactly.
So I mean, beating 4 top players. So it's.
He's on 8 points right now. He's leading the tournament,
and he plays well. I mean, so it's of course his opponent's making mistakes, but he plays well. While the Magnus performance so far is shaky. So I would say
it's also extremely important for him psychologically because a lot of people were saying, look, Gukesh, obviously he's a very classical player. He enjoys playing classical more than Rapid and Blitz. But right now we're seeing a change in his style as well.
Look, it's not about changing style. Yes, it's I think he's getting more comfortable with
only 19.
Yeah, exactly. He's very. He's a player. The player that's hard to beat. So there's to beat Gukesh, he has many lives. So you have to beat him many times. So probably it's not surprising that it's the world champion in the era of the computers because there's some resemblance. So this is he always finds
resilient.
Exactly. This is the resilience that reminds me of computers. It's probably the most resilient player. I mean that's why it's even Magnus probably. Magnus has other advantages, but as for resilience. No, he's absolutely amazing. And
we've seen that at Candice. We've seen that at Norway Chess. He had many
this is again, including the infamous game with Magnus. Yes.
Magnus.
Yeah, exactly. I don't recall Magnus, just losing the game when he had +3 or +4 just at one point. Yes,
he never misses those type of positions.
Yeah, but that's why I said why he reminds me of the computer because with machine, you lose your concentration. So and you're dead. So with Gukesh, you have to win. You have to beat him, 5 times. So okay, now let's have a look now what's happening in this game.
I'm seeing a huge difference in the bar. Obviously, Magnus seems to be having a close to decisive advantage, at least much better. Why is that?
Well, here?
Yes.
No, because he plays very. This is Magnus played his favorite because he loves this structure, both for black, he plays, but he also now plays it for white. He found a way with double pawns, C pawns, but then this is D5 square, and then he maneuvers his knight, and I think it's.
Let's take a look at how this one happened.
Let's have a look. Yes.
Bishop to E6.
Yeah. Yeah, this is you can start with just from the beginning.
Sure. Yes. Please.
Yeah, Bishop B4, and he just played here, knight and f3, and that's it. Okay. So. And D takes E3, and typically again it should be good for white, for black. So because this is the pawn. So, but Magnus doesn't care. I mean, he likes it, and that's his maneuver. And I think Gukesh, it's the not very convincing move. So G6. Bishop E6, so and Bishop G5. And Queen D7. I'm not sure. I mean, this. I think the position. This one is okay, but there's something this went wrong here for Gukesh because we see he still have time, because Queen D7 and what's happened then? Queen
D7,
F3, Knight H5, Bishop F2. No, 93, yes. and b5.
Yes.
Knight d5, I think it's this. It's tough, but
I probably missed knight d5, right?
Yeah, I think he missed knight d5, but I wouldn't go knight h5. I mean, that's the. I mean, whatever, but I wouldn't go knight h5. So
keep the knight there.
Yeah, look, again, it's the. I don't know what's the best. Maybe we can
go h5.
Maybe go king e7, maybe h5, maybe king e7, maybe even I don't know, maybe b4 even. I don't. But you don't want maybe b4. I don't know. Just how about b4?
Yeah, that's definitely a move.
Yeah,
that's an interesting pawn. You cannot obviously.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the machine that computer doesn't like it. Yeah, yeah. But I would not. I mean, knight on f4 is yeah, no, that's.
But this is why the machine doesn't like it, which is not.
Yeah,
the
but
way
queen,
humans
yes,
play,
exactly.
Right?
That's then. But queen b4 probably it's a pawn.
Against. It is a pawn.
It is a pawn. It is a pawn.
Queen comes back. B4.
Queen comes back b4. Yes. So this is maybe that's. Yeah. Yeah. But knight h5 is a bad move. It is really a bad move. So that's the. So maybe h5. H5. I just what happens after h4 f6.
F6. Yes.
Okay. F6. Maybe this.
And we play with a knight on f4. It's
yeah, exactly. Just let he has to do something. I don't know. Just bishop h2 g3 somehow.
The thing is, bishop f2 doesn't work.
That doesn't work. So
because
what do you do?
G2.
No, you cannot. So what should you do? Rook h2 maybe. Rook h2, then bishop f2, then g3. So it's the.
Looks a bit awkward, but perhaps this is the way
to do it. It's a bit awkward, but it's again. It's the position is. Yeah, probably yes. White is better, but it's still. Knight h5, I think that's the game goes south for.
Bishop f2, king f8. He's trying to find a plan. Bishop to e3.
Yes, but now you see this g3. That's it. Knight. You know, just compare this position to one that we had five moves ago. So this is yeah. You have this knight on h5. You know, and you have knight on f4. You know, this is a huge difference. So white bishop is on a3. There's battle of position. G3. Knight is cut. So you just simply compare two positions and you understand that something went wrong.
Yes,
very wrong. So yeah.
Do you think this game means more for the players, specifically for Magnus? Do you think it means more?
I think for both. I think there's a huge pressure. It's huge pressure. And again, what is the pressure? It's even greater because it's. The game might well decide, who wins the rapid.
Yes.
So it's and Magnus wants to win. I mean, Zagreb is his town, so he wants to win. But considering what's happened last time, so of course, that's the beating Gukesh becomes it's for Magnus's biggest priority. It's as important as winning the tournament. So now the knight went back to
f6.
To f6.
Yes. This is what we have. Perhaps he's looking at ideas of g4. At some point, for example, if you go long castle like this, can you try to go g4?
No, come on.
Too much.
Are you serious? Okay, this is
too much. Just take on g4, yeah.
G4, I don't know. Just take on g4 or queen e2, I don't know. Just
yes, too much. Yeah. You're opening the position for me.
Exactly, yes. Yes. But you can... b4, c4.
Yeah.
b4, c4.
Closing things up like this. There's still some play in it. There's definitely still some play in it.
There's rook b8, and maybe just yeah, but after a4 I can play bishop b1, unless something will happen probably on the king side of b4. Yeah.
Should we?
But look, it's always easy now just for us to make comments. Just having a machine here.
Of course.
They play, and there's a huge tension. What's time wise?
15 minutes right now for Magnus, 11 for Gukesh. And this is something that you made a very good point about. Gukesh is playing fast as well. He's generally not in time trouble.
No.
Or if he is,
yes.
He generally lands there after their opponents get there.
We'll see. So let's look at other games.
Let's look at other games as well. Let's go through all of them. We've had a draw, a quick one.
Quick one, yes.
Anish versus Prague. And then let's go to one that we were looking at, in fact. Was it Ivan Saric? I mean, this is a very interesting
Saric is doing
one.
fine. So I think he tried to make a draw with Duda. He had much better position.
Yes.
Yes, after the opening. So I was pretty happy to see the Najdorf, actually. Say another Najdorf now. Yes, it's not only Berlin. Yes, it's Najdorf.
He has not lost a single game so far. He's very tremendous.
So what's happened there? Bishop c3. What he took on?
Oh, he took with the queen.
With the queen?
Yes.
Come on, Ivan.
What do you think he was worried about?
I don't know.
With the pawn.
It's more exciting.
Take with the pawn, you go knight e4, maybe I go king to d2, or what's the idea?
I don't know. What about bishop g4? I don't know. Does bishop
this
g4
is what
work?
he was worried about.
Does bishop g4 work?
This is probably what he was worried about. Yes.
Yeah, that's.
And queen takes c3, and it does seem like you're getting a good attack going.
It's the king e2. Yes, it's still.
The problem is, I think you can start with rook to e8.
Rook e8, yes. Rook e8, yes. Rook e8, yes. And the king. Ooh.
Bishop
g4 now. That's right. Because there are no threats there. Yes. There are no threats. Yes, you're right. There are no threats. No, king d2 doesn't work. No, that's the.
Yes.
So maybe you should play rook d3, but it's the.
So he did decide to take with the queen, and this is what we have right now. Still doing quite well. I do want to leave it at this because I'm hearing that Wesley is beating up on Duda right now. And we were looking at this game as well.
Yeah, but this is the Duda, no joke. But I saw the commentary, but we can have, this is what we discussed with you. So here, this is at this point. So it's knight h5, I don't like. Knight h5 is already kind of capitulation. Because you don't want, this is your only chances. This is, when you look, you're gambling. So this your gamble based on your assumption, your hope, your fantasy that you can attack. Because if you don't attack here, again, the moment the bishop c4 moves somewhere, knight goes on c4, you're dead. So you have to attack. Yeah. So that's why that's a move that we discussed. h5, so h4, and now maybe this one is just I don't know. Just it's the.
We were looking at some fun lines here.
Yeah, like h4. Yes, like h4.
It's not giving a completely winning position for white, which is probably good news for this idea. Yes, bishop h2.
h3.
Still not that easy. Still not that easy.
The evaluation, is
It does seem like.
Okay, that's what you should do. I mean, it's knight c4 still.
We're getting a fun position.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's fun. Maybe it just still goes on knight c4, and then bishop goes on g3.
Well, actually, rook takes h2 is an option. Rook takes h2, king takes h2, and just to save the bishop.
No, but rook h2, knight takes b6 check. By the way,
I guess you could. Yes,
yes, probably you should play bishop a7 immediately. Yes.
Take. And,
ed4, yes. ed4, cd4. No, that's not.
It seems knight e7.
Yeah, just knight g6, knight f4. So that's the. Yes. Yeah, but but it's logical. So this is knight h5. After knight h5, you strategically lost.
Capitulation.
No, it's you strategically lost. So you'd better die. Just in a real battle than it's accepting this. Yeah, because it's so easy for white to play bishop b5. Now this is knight goes on c4, and it's. Yeah.
So you're not very happy right now with Duda's position. He doesn't seem to be very happy. 8 minutes against 12 minutes for Wesley, and the attack is fine.
His position, yes, is open. Yes, so the king is exposed, and it's not clear, what black have. Okay, I don't know. Bishop e6, man. I don't know. Even simply rook c1.
Did you get a chance to follow the games yesterday?
I followed all the games, yes.
The games of Wesley, 3 decisive results.
Yeah. This is very impressive victory of Magnus.
Yes.
Yeah, very impressive. So that's just all playing. It's the. But Wesley played some good games. Beat Caruana, very positional game, and then Anish, sharp game. But I think Anish pushed too hard. So I think he had a good position, but he pushed too hard. Anish played also a good game against Abdusattorov, who is playing very poorly here. Yeah, so it's the. But today it's I think Firouzja had winning endgame. I think but also I think Prague. I was surprised. I think he had very good winning chances. He just, you don't exchange, this. When you have two knights on a6 and c5, they step on each other.
Prague against Magnus.
Yes, last round. So this knight, I was very surprised to see knight d3. You don't exchange. You have to prepare before with two knights.
Yes.
And then just it's complicated. So at one point you could play knight a2 and then before, and I think Magnus was in big trouble.
Tell me about Prague. What's your assessment of his performance? He's been having a tremendous 2025.
Exactly.
One Tata Steel, one in Romania.
He won three or four tournaments. Yes, he won
at least three that I can remember.
Or 4. Yes.
But almost every tournament he plays in, he wins.
Yes. He won big tournaments. Yes, but here he doesn't do well. Maybe tired. I don't know. Just it's the.
Yeah. Do you see him as obviously? Can he be the leader of the Indian chess revolution, or is Gukesh still at the top, the world champion?
No, with Gukesh around, so he can hardly call anybody else a leader. And also, I think there was a very important game yesterday, and he lost pretty badly. Gukesh beat him, and I think Prague had a very good position. Yeah, after the opening. So, and then somehow, this is Gukesh found interesting maneuvers like bishop h2 check, e5. So, and he outplayed him, gradually outplayed him. So, yeah.
But this competition between the two youngsters,
that's good.
Arjun as well.
That's good for chess.
It's very good for chess. It's very good for Indian chess as well.
It's good for chess. So it's very, very good for chess. So let's see. Actually, Duda is. Let's see. I'm just now maybe having my second thought. So maybe it's not that clear, because still two bishops, and queen goes on g5, and maybe I have to reconsider. Yes, my very pessimistic evaluation.
There's certainly some fight left in this one.
No, it's maybe it's not clear, because again, the queen goes on g5 and the king is protected. The king just don't touch the king. Yes, so this stays on g8. No, maybe I was too pessimistic. So two bishops are two bishops.
Yes, it's going to become something, right? Yeah. You might be getting some pawns, but this bishop on a7, as long as it survives, you have options. Yeah. Finally, before we go back to the world champions fight, Nodirbek versus Fabi.
Fabi, yes, Nodirbek. Nodirbek is not doing.
Both of these players not doing very well in this one.
Especially Nodirbek.
Yes, Fabi as well, losing against Gukesh last one. 3 points, both of them. So at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah. But Nodirbek is just, it's the way Fabi is just fighting, and Nodirbek is, surprisingly just, this is the way he plays is not very inspiring. So because you expect more from him.
One of the things, he generally travels with his second, Rustam Kasimjanov. He's not here. Do you think that's playing a role?
He also plays, I don't know, but he also plays many tournaments.
He plays non-stop.
Yes, non-stop, yes. So what's the now? Now bishop d8 or what?
Bishop to d8 seems like a fair move.
It's
bishop to d2, and then I continue.
Yeah, still okay. Black is better. Maybe it's not the end.
Question is how much better, right?
I would say seriously better.
Seriously better.
Yes. So this is like,
what is it? Is it just the pawn structure?
Weak pawns, very weak pawns. Yes.
Pawn c4, pawn.
Yes, pawn. Yes, this is two very weak pawns. So, but it's still, you should find a way to do something with a
to untangle. Still, plenty of game left in this one. Let's get back to this one. It's heating up.
Wow.
Game between Magnus and Gukesh.
Wow.
A lot of things have
Well, things happen, and it's not good for Magnus.
Wait a minute.
It's not good for Magnus, the way this is, Before? Oh my God. That's something wrong, This is... That's you don't play before. You don't play before. No, that's Magnus. No. Just I don't want to look at it. You don't play before.
You don't play before.
No, you don't play. Period. You don't play.
Why?
No, because look, you open the position again. The c6 is coming, as you understand it. This is. So you open the, and your king is in the center, and black king is well protected. So you have a solid position. Black, has no counterplay. So as we discussed, long castle, and then you can start, just preparing your action. It's not easy. Black has, solid position, but you don't play before. I mean, that's I wouldn't have considered before. Yeah, so that's. I think it's psychological pressure. Yeah, of course it's tempting, because if if Black doesn't do nothing, this is Bishop D3. I think he played here.
He played Bishop D3. Yes.
I think that's the Bishop D3 is another questionable move. I think, but he wants to win the pawn. I understand. So I would probably start with.
This is the position we have.
No, that's not. That's fight.
Magnus also down on time. He was up 4 minutes. Now he's slightly down on time.
He played A3 now.
Rook D8. Again, that resilience that you've been talking about. He comes back from the dead, it seems like.
Dead.
Gukesh, that is.
Back from the dead. Yes. Yes.
Because with castle, F4 coming, H4 coming, that looked like a wrap-up.
No, it's not a wrap-up, but it's difficult for Black to. Black had to create something. Now is the Rook one. Let's see. So again, Magnus. Maybe Magnus will prove me wrong, but
Magnus.
Yes, yeah. Maybe he'll prove me wrong, but the computer's on my side.
He's banking everything on this pawn. Yes.
Yeah, but still is the.
Can we try to go back, or is this knight good on A4?
No, but I just don't want to see Bishop C5. Yeah. B6 is an option, probably. Maybe an option, yes, but.
Seems just simply taking this one, which is, by the way, not an easy move to make, but position becomes a bit crazy after Rook takes A3.
Bishop. It's a crazy position, yes. Bishop C5, Queen F6, yes.
Yes.
I don't wish it here.
We're having the help of the engine. Yes, we see the bar, but they don't.
They don't. They don't. Yes, absolutely, they don't.
I don't know how to assess this one.
Queen E2, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
It's a crazy position. Absolutely crazy position.
Absolute crazy position. Yeah, absolute crazy position. And
but you had something else in mind as well.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. So this is the starting with Queen F6, C7, yes?
Queen F6, C7. Knight takes C7 seems to be an option right now.
Rook takes C7.
And Queen to D6. And then, once again, it's starting to become a fun position.
Yeah.
Wow.
Taking if I
hide the king.
Yeah.
This is such a wild position.
It is a wild position, but it's a wild position, but you have to.
Such a wild position. And
Rook B7.
You cannot take because I would assume this is mate.
It is mate.
It has to be.
No, it is mate. No, it's mate. Queen G7, G4, Queen H6. Yeah, G4.
That is very nice. Let's conclude that one.
Yeah.
We do have a move. 1 second. Rook to D6.
Logical move. So this is he wants to, but I think it's.
He's trying to
maybe swing his rook. What is he? To
double up.
Maybe double rooks, yes. That's the.
How should White continue? Obviously, also putting that rook on that diagonal could become dangerous. No more Knight B6, that's for sure. No more Knight B6 right now. It's one of those positions in which every single move is high consequence.
Very high consequence, yes.
You need to spend time on this position, and you don't have it.
And you don't have it. You don't have it. So how about King F2?
King to f2.
I would play rook d1. You know, just if he
That's
goes rook
very
d8,
natural.
rook d8, just, you know, by rook on g1 is just, I want to go here.
Yes.
Maybe something wrong, yes?
Knight takes e3. Let's see.
Knight
because
b2,
it's-
knight b2, yes. Yes, knight b2 now. So, but this one is just, you know, this is rook d8, something went wrong.
Just take the pawn. It seems
Take
like
it. Yes.
the engine doesn't care. The engine simply does not care.
Knight c3, queen c2, yes?
Yes. Knight takes b5, queen takes a4.
Yes, and king f2 is useful. Yes, we just...
Such a safe king, it feels like right now.
Yeah. But again, it's all easy. We have computer here, so you have to look for all these, you know, attacks. You need time to consider, and black. Okay, what's happening with timing? Oh, now
Magnus
is
down to
behind.
his last 5 minutes 40 seconds, 6 minutes 17 for Gukesh. It's very close, very very close.
Mhm. So yes, king. You have to do something with the king. I don't feel comfortable because connecting rooks. So that's what I would do. Yes, instinctively what I would do. Yes.
We are being told Saric did make a draw in his game against Firouzja, so 2 games already down, 3 more to
Saric
go.
draw.
Yes.
Saric drew. So that was roughly an equal
Yes.
endgame. Yes.
After queen takes c3, after the exchange of the queens.
Mm-hmm.
Magnus, right now, really trying to find a way forward.
Don't know. I still think king f2 is probably the best one.
King f2.
But yes, I just would move. Now I thought about also thinking about bishop f, but it's the
Bishop where?
bishop f2, but I don't like it. Yes, if you play bishop f2 here, like maybe even g4.
Yes. Maybe g4,
G4, yes.
maybe rook a d8.
Yes, but it's this. I thought somehow to go queen.
It's a
c2.
big moment. Let's see what he goes for. He's just about to make a move. Bishop takes b5. He took that pawn, which is apparently a mistake, a slight mistake.
Knight c3.
Knight c3. I think he wants to go bishop c5. This is what he's going for. But how is this position, Gary? 3 pawns are the knights.
Again, it's a total disbalance. Total
That's it.
disbalance.
He played it. The only move right now, I think, is bishop to c5.
Yeah.
He played it.
But it's an amazing game. It's an amazing game. So
What a game.
they're very good players. Yeah, amazing. They have so little time, and they don't have access to the computer, but they manage to play some very good moves.
Decisions.
Very good.
Yes, very sensible decisions in such a complex. Knight takes b5 seems to be the only move right now.
Yeah. Otherwise,
If you take on d2, the idea.
no,
being
that's
that
yes.
you lose the rook at the
No,
end.
that's the.
So we're expecting knight takes b5.
No, the knight c5, queen c3 is also no good. Queen c3 is also no good. Yes.
Knight takes b5 is on the board.
Of course, yes, exactly. Yeah.
And now the big question: how do you assess this one? What's the next move?
King f2.
King f2. King f2.
King f2.
I'm thinking g4.
G4, rook d1. Rook d1.
Rook d1. Yeah. He's going for it. King f2 on the board.
G.
On the board.
I don't think g4 is a good move.
Probably not.
Maybe you should do knight b6, something like that.
Knight b6. Opening up the rook.
Yeah,
also
no,
looking
knight
at
exactly.
c4.
Yes, I want to, because knight on a4 doesn't play, so you can't afford playing without a knight. Oh, he played knight b6, yes.
He did play knight b6.
Yeah, he played yes. He always makes the best moves. Yes.
But it's incredible to see your feeling as well, you know, of the best moves and the problem pieces, because you immediately understood which one is the problem piece.
Rook d1, I think now we should go.
We do have queen d3 on the board.
Queen d3. I don't like queen d3.
And queen to e6.
I would have played rook d1 instantly.
5 minutes 30 seconds for Gukesh, 4 minutes with an absolutely wild position. It seems balanced. What's your intuition telling you that this result is going to be? Let's make some predictions, in-game live predictions.
I don't know. I feel that Gukesh is doing well. So this is, I think Magnus is not happy.
He's building up on
too many threats. So if I have to bet, I would bet on Gukesh.
Wow.
Now, in this position.
Big
King is open. Yeah, and Queen D3, I'm not sure the good moves. I think Magnus, he definitely lost his. And I can imagine what's happening in his head. So he had such a good position. I think he thinks, why the hell I played before? So that's why I opened this, why I gave him the chances, so I could have played, it's this again. But that's nervous. He came here just to take a revenge for no chess, and that's not good. You don't, you play chess. You don't try to win the game. Because it's an emotional importance to you. Yeah.
So you do think that it's a big emotional moment right now for Magnus? Let's see.
It is a big emotional moment. This is whatever he says. It's a big emotional moment, and it's.
He likes to say it isn't, but
no, whatever he says, it's yeah. He has to say that, but it's still a big emotional moment. Yeah. So and it's knight goes on c4. This is g4 maybe at one point. Yeah.
How big would a victory here for Gukesh be? Not only from a standpoint of the tournament, but psychologically, back-to-back victories.
Psychologically
against Magnus.
Let's not
if he gets there.
Let's not rush. Let's not put a horse before cart. But it's if he gets in, because it's not just a game you won big. It's a fight. It's a real fight. So beating Magnus if he wins. Anything can happen against if he wins. While Magnus, came to the game, just with full rage. So that's a very, very big deal. Mm-hmm. It's a very, very big deal. Just even if we forget a simple thing that is probably winning the game, he'll win the tournament, the rapid part of the tournament. So there's a very good chance that he'll end up on top of the tournament.
He's going to have 10 points way up in the lead. Magnus is feeling the pressure down to his last minute and 30 seconds on his clock.
I don't like it. Queen D3 is a bad move. So, but just go back. Just as what was this? Is this? Am I correct that this? There was a different move here. You have to make.
No, Queen D3 seems to have been fine.
Yes. Rook C5.
Rook C5 is what he played, and right now, what's your feeling telling you? How should he proceed? How should Gukesh go for? Go for it.
Knight C4, Queen D5.
E4.
Because now he closed. Now knight is not hanging. Now knight on B6 is not hanging.
This is the best move played.
Yeah, E4.
In 10 seconds.
Because knight is not. Again, that's what he does. That's why he became the champion.
So if I go Queen to D4 right now.
King H7, King G8. I don't know.
Queen D4 is on the board. And I don't have Rook to E5 because of Queen
A2. Take A2. That's a problem.
King G8.
Yes, that's a problem.
On the board.
That's a problem. I think it's Magnus isn't. Okay, Rook E1, Rook. I don't know. Rook A1 maybe. I don't know. Rook A1, Queen H. Rook A1.
Down to his last minute on the clock, Magnus right now.
Rook A1.
Rook A1, perhaps take.
Then maybe Rook E5.
Then Rook to E5.
Queen H3, yes. I don't know.
Queen H3. Oh my goodness.
No, Queen H6.
Something tells me this is going to be impossible to handle with less than a minute on the clock. It's just such a tough position.
No, I think it's before.
That was.
It's terrible. You don't do that.
So not over yet. Rook to D1. Let's see. If anybody will fight, it's going to be Magnus. He wants to go Rook to E5, I think. Rook to E5, Queen A2, and Rook D2. Is that it?
No, but Queen H3. Queen H3. Queen H3.
Yeah.
Because take Rook at F3. That's it.
It's over.
It's over. He takes F3. He takes F3. It's.
Gukesh is feeling it right now. You can see.
He takes F3 still, but somehow.
He took it.
But what's the best move? Because the computer doesn't see us winning.
Rook to C2.
Rook C2 is the only move.
That's such...
Rook C2, but
such a difficult move to make.
You can't find a move. Rook C2. Queen H3, King G1.
Queen H3.
King G1.
King to G1, yes.
And it's still... Oh, yes, White is even winning. Can Magnus find Rook C2?
Rook C2 is a huge move right now. Let's see if he finds it. Rook E5. Queen H3 is over.
Queen H3 is winning, yes.
Queen H3 is winning right now. Gukesh is pulling his sleeves.
Yep. It's a big moment.
Ready to seize the moment.
It's a big moment. I hope Magnus will not stop loving Zagreb after this. Yes. Yeah, it's the Rook C2. But Rook C2 is impossible to find. Yes, it's the... But again, it's you don't play before, you don't open the position. So that's the... Now
this is the moment right now. Queen to H3. He's looking at it.
Okay. I made a bad joke about the Rook takes A3. Yes, okay, that's there are many moves winning now. Yeah, now Rook takes A3, Knight C4.
So what is the... How do you finish things off after Rook to E3?
Rook takes A3, or just no. This is Queen H5. Yeah, just there's so many.
Queen H5. I mean, that's probably the way to do it.
Yeah, it's the. I'm thinking about. Also, yeah, that's.
Queen H5 is completely winning as well. Yes.
Yeah, this
seems to be
simply taking on D1. Yes.
Yes. Seems to be enough.
Okay. Gukesh has 4 minutes.
4 minutes against 35 seconds for Magnus right now.
Yeah, but that's still B4 is not.
Knight C4, okay.
C4, still winning, yes.
Still completely winning.
Still completely winning. Actually, it's probably even better because it's just, it's psychologically it's more unpleasant because it's now Rook take A3 is threat.
You can see the frustration on Magnus right now. He understands. Yeah, this might be it.
4 pieces in the attack, and this is no. Yeah.
10 seconds. Rook to A5.
Rook to A5. Yes. It doesn't have to take Rook E8. I would have played Rook E8. Yeah, yes. that's just not to.
You want the mate, Gary. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's G4. Yes, whatever this is. Yeah, Queen H5. So this. Yeah. He took on A5. That's. It's still.
Rook to E8 once again, perhaps. That should be winning. Let's see, if you go Rook to E8, Queen takes D6.
Queen F5 check, Queen mate.
F5.
Yes.
Queen F5.
Rook E2 and mate.
That's the mate.
Rook E8.
Rook to E8.
I would still keep my knight on C4 alive, yes. It's more, aesthetically, that's more...
You wanted to keep the knight on C4.
Exactly, nice. Yeah, big moment, very big moment. I mean, this is yes. Magnus collapsed, and just he had everything. So he had great position.
He will have the chance, obviously, in Blitz to bounce back against Gukesh in their direct matchup. But still, such a big moment for the young Indian superstar.
Yeah, it's still. That's not. He's trying to.
Calm things down.
To calm things down. So this is just collect all the pawns, and this is that's it. Yes.
Queen to F2, perhaps. Oh,
Queen F2 you can't. His Rook is hanging, so you have to go Queen D3, Queen C5 check, and then take the pawn with a check. So it's so it's over.
Take on C6.
Okay. The table is solid. Yes.
Let's see. Let's see.
Yes, table is solid. Yeah.
10 seconds for Magnus. He played Queen D7. The table is solid. It's a great point.
Yes, Queen C5 check, maybe, or just I don't know. 93 maybe. 93.
93. Rook to D2. Only move to not get checkmated. And there could be a few ways, perhaps. Get knight to C5
trying to. Yeah, but again, this is too much time on Gukesh.
This is something that, again, he's not known for. To play so well on the clock as well, to manage his time so well. Being up 2 minutes 40 seconds against 18 seconds against Magnus, we don't see that very often.
No.
This type of pressure on the clock.
Yeah.
It's usually Magnus that puts the pressure on the clock.
Gukesh will probably play queen c5 check, king h1. I think he will check and knight e3.
93 first.
Rook d2.
Queen c1, he's following.
Knight g4 check, yes. Yep, correct. King e2, queen c4 then.
He's playing the best moves, Gary, right now.
Yeah, but we know that. We know that he plays best moves. Yeah, again, this is the era of computers. King e2.
King e2, 95.
Queen c4 check.
Queen c4.
Or 95, I don't know. 95 take on c6, yeah, that's simple, yes. But queen c4 also looks good. I think he goes queen c4 check. That's check is nice. Oh no, 95.
He wants to eliminate that pawn on c6.
Yeah, just just to extra. Yeah, that's
Stay safe. And the thing is,
he'll resign
I can just simply take on c6 because of.
You can take with a knight.
Yes.
I think Magnus resigns now. Yeah? No, come on, you should resign, Magnus. you should probably stop. Yes.
He's going to go queen e7.
Queen c4 check.
Queen to c4 check.
I don't know. Or knight takes c6.
Knight takes c6.
Yeah, but any move is good.
Knight takes c6.
Yeah, knight takes c6.
Queen to e4.
Rook takes a5.
Rook takes a5 with the threat. Rook to e5.
Extra piece, but plus attack.
Who has the compensation?
Yes, nice. Magnus can't, just...
And if you go rook to c2, maybe just rook to e5. Oh no, sorry.
Queen takes.
That would be nice. Queen takes c2 and knight to d4.
Okay, fine.
Resignation. Gukesh. Wow.
So that's yeah. You don't play before.
First reaction.
Big. Look, very important day. Yes, I think it's the now we can question Magnus' domination because it's not just a second loss, but it's just it's a very convincing loss. So again, it's not miracle by just Gukesh benefiting from Magnus' terrible mistakes, but it's a game that was a big fight and Magnus lost. Serious. Yeah.
Do you think Magnus feels that as well right now? Back-to-back losses against Gukesh?
It is.
Do you think he's starting to have those type of thoughts?
I don't know what kind of thoughts he has. I mean, it's not about his thoughts. It's about the harsh reality. So yeah, and it is a reality. So okay, let's have a look. This game.
Wesley versus Duda. Last game. Actually, it's not the last game of the round. Fabiano is. In fact, maybe we should go to that one. Fabiano versus Nodirbek. This is what we have. No, Nodirbek, 8 seconds on his clock.
Yeah, but Fabi is knight b2 and a pawn is.
A pawn is coming down the board.
Yeah.
Just played.
Yeah, it's not. It's easy. Nodirbek. Yeah, okay. He resign now. Yeah.
I think you are spot on. What is it? What's happening with Nodirbek? Is it energy?
I don't know. It's the. If you play so many games, so maybe it's, it bites.
He's running a bit out of steam. Yeah?
Not a bit, just seriously.
Yeah.
A4 and
Bishop to c1.
Okay.
A3.
A3 or knight takes c4. A3 doesn't matter.
And then knight to d3 next
Caruana.
move.
A3 played.
I think we're going to see resignation.
Yeah. Yeah. He has to resign.
See, we know Nodirbek is a fighter, but there's no more fighting.
Fighter, yeah, okay. He needs something to fight with, yes. So let's go back to Saul.
Let's go back to Saul. We're expecting a win in this one.
Draw.
A bit sedate in that one as well.
Draw.
Let's stay just to see the handshake between Nodirbek and Fabiano.
Yeah.
It seems like the other one is not. Let's see the handshake of Fabiano versus Nodirbek.
Yeah.
Right now we're on the Wesley, and we're going to see definitely
okay, 5.
A draw in that one.
A big fight.
Yes.
Let's do this. A big fight. But now seems Gukesh is unstoppable. 5 wins in a row in Rapid. It hasn't happened in Grand Chess Tour.
I cannot remember.
5 in the row in Rapid. In Blitz, we know Magnus won many. I mean, but in the Rapid, straight 5, I don't think so.
Take a look at Gukesh right now being absolutely swarmed by the fans. It's a huge deal right now. The world champion just defeated Magnus Carlsen in back-to-back games, and in very convincing fashion. I want to say this game in particular is so convincing.
It's typical. So this is, Magnus had his favorite plan. The opening went, south for Gukesh. So he played knight h5 was a bad move. So it was this. And he was not, I'm sure as a position was not good. So it both visually and also just from the computer's point of view. And then, then Magnus pushed too early. So before, and then, I don't know, before, how many moves by first line Gukesh made?
A lot.
So this is how many moves by first line. So this is, it seems to me that, he made many moves, that's, if not the first, but second line. So he played, it was also, since before, he probably played an impeccable game.
Incredible game. And that finishes the round, finishes the day for us here in day 2. That was a draw. Gary, it felt like the time flew by.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
But we saw something,
some incredible games.
Incredible
especially
games.
this one.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much, Gary.
Okay.
And
good.
We'll see you in the next few days.
Yeah, absolutely. Be around.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Gary, and thank you, Cristian. Quite the round, and Gukesh winning against Magnus.
What a game.
The Olympic rings.
5 in a row. Absolutely incredible. His fans must be so happy.
Absolutely. Outstanding. We're going to take a look at the standings, but also a black win. The first win for Fabi.
Finally, Fabi wins a game against Nodirbek, who's having a tough event.
Truly.
But we had 2 decisive games, and in both it was black who won. That's not something we see often.
Not often. Your thoughts about this round 6?
Well, obviously we were watching, watching one game pretty much.
Right.
And that's a luxury for me to say I do not necessarily agree with, the round... the conclusion they had in studios. It sometimes feels pleasant to disagree with Garry Kasparov. So what I'm saying, Magnus created the whole thing.
Yeah.
So he was much better and in control.
Yes.
After he played b4 and allowed these complications, since then it was a complex game, and indeed Gukesh played it better. But there was no need.
Yeah.
There was no need.
Let's jump back to Zagreb as Cristian is with our leader.
Gukesh, back-to-back victories against Magnus, 5 in a row in this tournament. How are you feeling right now? You must be on cloud 9.
Yeah, for sure. 3 wins in a day feels quite good. I guess the first game was pretty good, but then the second and third were not great. But okay, in Rapid you can't really have good positions all the time, so I'm glad I managed to make the most out of my chances.
But of course, this victory with the black pieces against Magnus Carlsen, what does this mean to you specifically? Every time you encounter Magnus, obviously the eyes are going to be on that game. Personally, what does this mean to you?
Yeah, beating Magnus is always special, for sure. And I think this also gives a bit more confidence in a sense that I just had a horrible position from the opening. I just mixed up something really bad, and then and then it's nice that 2 losing positions in a row I could win against Magnus. So
speaking of that, whenever you realize that you have losing positions, what do you tell yourself to stay in the game, stay in the present moment, and fight back?
Yeah, it's not always easy, but just try to make the most of that, don't lose on the spot. But yeah, luckily today, also against Fabi, I had a pretty bad position, but at least he was taking too much time, so it was not really that much of a practical disadvantage. And I just one more at a time stay in the game, and hopefully, thankfully things worked out.
When did you feel like things are starting to turn in your favor in this game? You mentioned that you thought that you had a pretty bad position, which was the case indeed. when do you feel like things are turning in your decision?
I mean, my first mistake was just playing g6, allowing knight f1, which, I mean, I just mixed up something really bad in the opening.
All the way here?
Yeah, all the way here. I guess, like, in some position I saw that this was a possible idea with knight h5, knight g7, but, okay, here white just gets knight f1, bishop h6, and it's just too fast. Yeah, I should go a4, I realized it later, but during the game I was not really sure about it. Just playing pretty bad, to be honest. And
I think it was this move, knight to h5, that...
yeah. I mean, I was already very uncomfortable here. I didn't, like... Somehow it feels like the close position knights are on good squares, but they're not, like permanently good, yeah? And also this b5 pawn is really weak. I don't know what to do with that. Yeah, knight h5 was pretty bad, yeah? I should go h5. h4, f6, yeah?
Just play f6, yeah.
Yeah, something like this I could have done, but...
It's a very counterintuitive position, right? Because again, it's a close position, but in fact, if it opens up, it seems like the king becomes weak, the white king becomes quite weak, right? So you want to open up the position against the two bishops, right?
Yeah, it's kind of the tricky part.
Yes.
But like, I think the only moment where I realized I might have some chances was when I played c6. Like initially I thought like what he did was clever with b4. But then, yeah, after c6 it gets really tricky. I mean, still should be better, but like suddenly out of all of a sudden when you face counterplay, it's never easy. So
one of the things that you've been impressing with is your time management. It seems like you're always dictating the pace whenever it gets down to the last 5 minutes. You're ahead on the clock. Was that part of the strategy?
I guess it was not always the case, right? I mean, it was...
Against Fabiano, for example,
against Fabi,
that was the case as well. Against Magnus right now.
Yeah, true. I mean, against Magnus in this game specifically, it was just that I had no other choice but to play fast. Because my position was just bad. But against Fabi, yeah, he was taking too much time, so it's natural that I put pressure. But yeah, good moves with good time management is a good
combination. How did you assess this position after knight takes d6? We were trying to figure things out. It looked completely wild. Obviously, we have the engine in front of us, but in the heat of the battle, how did you assess this one?
I mean, around here, how much time did we have? Like
4 minutes, 40 seconds, 5 minutes, 30. Very close at this point.
Yeah. Like, I thought I was already too happy to get to this position. And I thought, like, okay, 2 knights in, like, last... I mean, even though it's 4 minutes, it's like still tricky to handle all these knights with a weak, kind of weak king. My king is quite safe. And all the pawns are hanging, so if you're not precise, you just lose the pawns, you get under some attack. So I was pretty confident. I mean, I was pretty optimistic about my chances here.
Yeah.
And I think...
Gary was here in the studio with us and asked him sort of the same question at this point, and he said he would bet on you at this point, just because you were playing your moves, you were making your decisions much more confidently, it felt.
Yeah, it's just a much easier position to play with black, especially in rapid, I think. So. And I think, yeah, e4 was... Yeah, I mean, he took some time here. Yeah, it took like 3 minutes here, and I was kind of expecting rook c3 or rook c5. And against both e4 was quite strong. So I could play it immediately.
You played it fast.
Yeah, because I had already calculated it. So, and after this, yeah, I don't think it's holdable in like last 1 minute. Yeah, so
I think rook c2 was the only move, but obviously nobody. Gary said nobody plays rook c2 with 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah,
it's just...
and even after that, it's like, yeah, I get knight c4 maybe. Yeah?
You're still much better.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Gukesh, congratulations. Just an incredible trajectory in this tournament after that first round loss. We'll see you tomorrow in day 3.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Congratulations, Gukesh. 5 wins in a row. Let's take a look at the standings.
We do know who the leader is.
Yeah, yes, we do. After 6 very eventful rapid rounds.
Gukesh in the first place with 10 points. Jan-Krzysztof maintains his position in second with 8 points. Wesley still in third with 7. And now there's a big tie for fourth. That's Magnus, Carlsen, Anish, Giri, and Ivan Saric.
Fabiano finally picking up 2 points thanks to his victory. But I'm looking at that Wesley, and Duda, because they could have easily switched places in this 6th round. I think Wesley missed an opportunity.
He did indeed. Maybe we can, if we have time to see that.
Miro, if you would do the honors, we actually thought, while we were listening to Gary looking at Gukesh's game, we actually thought that Wesley had real opportunity.
Well, he did, and I think last time he missed the win, so to speak, because, well, at some point it was just a dominating position, and you shouldn't really be pointing, okay, this move was winning or that move was winning. But then at the very, very end, when he played what he thought was winning, knight e5, and basically missed the rook e6 move, and regrettably I can't show it because I will be switched any time to another interview. But yeah, so it was still a win. So well, throughout the game you can say he was dominating and again missed the final punch. Okay. I'm still impressed with what happened to Magnus.
Yeah.
That's not the Magnus I used to know.
No, it really isn't. The viewers asked a question. What is it that you do while Gary is commentating? It's Lay's potential.
I was the only one who was listening to Gary, by the way. You can see the earpiece is there.
Right.
So I was the only one listening to Gary.
By the way, you're getting the full measure of that snack. I don't think there was anything in that bag.
Okay, guys, okay.
Nice. But let's jump back to Zagreb.
Well, guys, just an incredible day of chess, and of course, getting to sit here with Gary and analyze the game between Magnus and Gukesh, and what a game that was. It was a whole experience for myself, I'm sure for the fans out there as well. And for you guys got some rest as well. Anastasia, what were you doing while we were analyzing those games?
Yeah, I didn't have any engine actually, and I was just watching this game in the plain venue with all chess fans.
How was the atmosphere there?
Just unbelievable, and I must say that if for the first rounds the place looked a little bit empty, at the end it was fully packed. It seemed like people really were gathering, especially for this game.
You don't want to miss this game.
No. If you are in Croatia now in Zagreb, you will definitely come to the plain venue. And I must say it was such a blast to be there watching. I didn't know the evaluation, but I could see the position was so sharp, and I was getting, of course, excited. But did you pay attention, Cristian, how calm players were after the game? Like, no emotions. I was trying to catch at least something, like nothing was stable.
I guarantee you there was a storm inside of that.
Of course, absolutely, yes. But I couldn't catch anything, so I was, of course, looking forward for something, but no. Even Magnus at the beginning of the tournament said that he is not going to express his emotions. At least he promised it.
But he said he's not going to do that because he's going to make good moves.
Exactly. But maybe it's not only about the good moves, it's also about, I think, psychology, tension, pressure, which everybody has on his shoulders. It's also about confidence. I think the fact that Gukesh won so many games today and yesterday as well helped him to gain this important confidence before this game. And I mean, it was such a pleasure to watch this game. And actually, it was again the small kids sitting on the floor watching with me, and I was there trying to record it. Very funny angle, which you can all check in our social media accounts.
Absolutely incredible day of chess here from Zagreb, Croatia. Back to you in the studio. We'll be here with day 3 to give you all the insights and perhaps have more guests on our panel as well. But, the players are not disappointing right now. The games are absolutely incredible, and the atmosphere is electric here in Zagreb.
Thank you, Cristian. It was the day of the world champion Gukesh as he won 3 games in a row to take a big lead. Once again, the final standings as we wrap up our day.
All right, once again, it's Gukesh who is leading this event with 10 points, Jan-Krzysztof in second, Wesley in clear third, and then fourth place is shared by Magnus, Anish, and Ivan Saric.
And Fabi, again, winning his first game, but it's shocking to see Alireza and Nodirbek there at the bottom of the table. Prague as well. Some real surprises at the end. Final thoughts as we wrap up today. Miro, you get the last word.
Oh, well, I'm just...
After you eat the snack.
Right.
Well, let's take a look at the predictions, too.
Predictions...
Who chose Gukesh?
Shame on us, okay? Shame on us.
I beg your pardon, but I'm leading.
Miro, bravo.
I would have picked Gukesh.
Now you're saying.
I thought a lot of players, a lot of you guys have picked Gukesh. I would have picked Gukesh. You know, I picked my boy in the end, Fabiano. But look, important victory in the last round for Fabi, because otherwise I would have felt quite bad about my prediction.
Exactly. Yeah, but I have Prague. Still suffering a bit.
VAR, from the truck, I'm sorry, VAR, you're not looking great. Neither are you, Yasser.
Well, thank you. At least I got elevated to the same level as VAR. I feel good about that. It's been a great day. Join us tomorrow for the final
Rapid
Day. And then we're going to have Blitz on the weekend. Thank you for joining us. Good night, everyone.
Thank you. It was great. Can't wait to see what happens tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.